Good evening. We will call to order our City Council meetings for Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Council, with your permission, we have a couple of very special guests from the Girl Scouts of Southeast Valley Service Unit. Would you mind if I go just a touch out of order so that we can make sure that they can come on in first? Okay. Seeing no objection, we will do that. So at this time, I will welcome the Girl Scouts of Southeast Valley Service Unit, who will provide us with the Girl Scout Promise, the Pledge of Allegiance, as well as a prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings you have given to our community. We thank you for our city. We thank you for our elected officials, the businesses, the churches, the families, and the individuals that make our city a great place that it is. We ask you for guidance, wisdom, and support for our councilor members as they make decisions tonight and work to make our community better. Please be with our city and all those who live and work here. We ask these things in your name, amen. To serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law.
You guys did an amazing job. Thank you so much for being here. So now it's my honor that I get to provide all of you a proclamation. Whereas March 12, 2026 marks the 114th anniversary of Girl Scouts of the United States of America. Founded by Juliet Daisy Gordon Lowe in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia. And whereas one of the world's premier youth leadership development organization, Girl Scouts has emphasized public service, civic engagement, and fostering a sense of community for over a century. And whereas Girl Scouts works to champion ambitions, cultivate talents, and develop skills to create leaders in the world. And whereas the Girl Scouts offers 21st century programming in science, technology, engineering, and math, the outdoors, entrepreneurship, and beyond, developing invaluable life skills. And whereas, introduced over a century ago, the Girl Scout Cookie Program remains the largest and most successful youth-led business in the world. And whereas the Girl Scout Bronze, Silver, and Gold Awards, the highest honors Girl Scouts in grades 4 through 12 can earn, acknowledge each recipient's power and dedication to not only bettering themselves, but to making the world a better place for others through sustainable take-action projects. And whereas Girl Scouts of Northern Illinois serves over 9,000 young members and engages over 4,000 adult members in 16 counties in Northern Illinois. Now, therefore, I, Thomas P. McNamara, as the mayor of the city of Rockford, do hereby proclaim March 8th through March 14th of 2026 to be Girl Scout Week. So thank you so much for all that you do. Continue working really hard and being true to yourself, and also, I will just add, continue selling those cookies. which many of you got me at the IGA. So I genuinely appreciate you. We all appreciate all the work that you're doing, so continue to work really hard and be true to yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Alderman, for allowing that to go a little bit out of order. Genuinely appreciate it. We do have a special Finance and Personnel Committee this evening, and so I'm going to turn you over to Alderman Frost to chair that meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir Clerk, would you please call roll for the Finance and Personnel Committee?
Logeman. Here. Thunberg. Here. Frost.
Here.
Granite. Beach. 5 present.
Thank you. We have two resolutions. Item 1 is an award of an RFP for actuarial services to Nyhart Company of Indianapolis for a contract amount of $14,200 for year 1, $14,600 for year 2, and $15,000 for year 3, and $15,400 for year 4. The contract duration is 1 year with 3 one-year extensions. The funding source is the Finance Department operating budget. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff? All right, seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 2 is an award of RFP for investment management services to PFM Asset Management, an estimated annual amount of $69,500. It's a 3-year contract with 2 one-year extensions with the ability to terminate for convenience by either party at any time. The funding source is the Finance Department operating budget. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? Alderman Thunberg.
Thanks, Chairman. I had a chance to review this, and the fees are absolutely spectacular in relation to what we are gaining from their money management. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Thank you for your professional insight.
Seeing no other questions or comments, all those in favor indicate, I'm sorry, Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this amount, 69.5, stay constant for 5 years?
Director Haggard.
The fees are based on the amount invested. So as the amount grows, obviously the fees that we pay will increase. So a good problem to have, more cash to be invested means we're paying additional fees.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Thank you. This means adjourned.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm just going to call you up.
Thank you. We will call to order the City of Rockford City Council meeting for Monday, March 2nd, 2026. We've already had our invocation and pledge, so clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkee. Logeman. Thunberg. Frost. Terina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 14 present.
Thank you. Next, we will go to petitions and communications, and we'll go to Planning and Development Committee and Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1 is a memorandum from Todd Cagnoni, City Administrator, regarding a proposed funding agreement with Phantom Regiment, Inc., an Illinois not-for-profit corporation located at 5608 International Drive, referred to Planning and Development Committee.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Code and Regulation Committee and Alderman Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 items. Both are being referred to the Code and Regulation Committee. Item 1, the Traffic Commission's agenda for the meeting to be held on March 11th, 2026, and minutes from that meeting for consideration at the Code and Regulation Committee meeting on March 23rd, 2026. And item 2, a memorandum from Martin Bloom, Project Manager, Permits and Special Events, regarding upcoming special events, which include the Memorial Day Parade, Coffee and Cars, No Kings 3.0, and the Churchill Grove Garage Sale.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Finance and Personnel Committee and Alderman Frost.
These two items will both be referred to the Finance and Personnel Committee. Number one is a memorandum from Jamie Rott, Water Superintendent, regarding a hiring request from the Water Division for 2 lead project managers and 1 water utility technician. Number 2 is a memorandum from Carol Jarowski regarding the acceptance of the Illinois Law Enforcement Standards Board fiscal year 2026 camera grant award. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to our public speakers. To our public speakers, there's microphones on the back right, as well as the back left of council chambers. You'll have 3 minutes to address the city council. If all works well in the world, an alarm will go off on my phone. If it doesn't, I will just ask that you close up your comments when the alarm goes off, or me telling you that your time is up. So give me 1 second and we'll get this set up. Okay, our first public speaker this evening is Joshua Valdez Doyle.
Hello. Hi. Well, again, my name is Josh, and I live in the 3rd Ward here in Rockford. I'm up here to talk about my opposition with the contract for the flock safety cameras. I understand the goal with flock. I understand that we all want to be safe in our city and protect our citizens and get all the information that we can possibly get, but these aren't just license plate cameras or regular cameras that are monitoring our intersections. These are a city-wide tracking system capable of monitoring every single person in the city and every single person that walks through our city or comes through our city. And that also includes all of you too. Now, we've already built the capability on how and now we are on a slippery slope of expansion. The conversation shifts from should we to how are we going to use it. Now, this part should be terrifying to anyone who cares about our civil liberties. My concerns is that this is the beginning of mass surveillance. This is going to create a profile on every person that it tracks, every car that goes through it, who is in the car, license plates, stickers, everything. And it's going to continue to do that for everyone that it tracks. Abuse of this system is also not a hypothetical. It's already happened. This information is readily available to anyone who has access to these systems, and we've seen it across the country be used for nefarious purposes and in ways that we don't want them to. Even in our own state has said that you're not supposed to use this information in specific ways, and we've had towns that have done it. This is not crime solving. This is power being used like a weapon, pointing it at its citizens and monitoring them, basically having a security guard at crucial points in our city. This is a violation of our 4th Amendment right to privacy. Every single one of us deserves to be able to go about our day without having someone follow us or watch us and track our movements. Just as an American citizen, we should be allowed to do that. The data sharing concerns with this are already happening, including in Illinois. Mount Prospect has publicly stated that it was notified about the investigation to misuse this flock data, and it was accessed by immigration enforcement, which again violates the Illinois law. I would like to understand more about what's going on here. The expansion proposal didn't really have enough transparency, in my opinion, for the city and for our citizens to understand what flock is going to be watching them with and tracking them. Who is auditing this? Who is sharing it? Who gets tracked? What happens when policy shifts? You don't build a permanent citywide tracking infrastructure that touches everyone's daily lives without overwhelming transparency and strict limits, which the public has not seen in the expansion proposal. Where is this transparency, and where is the plain language explanation of exactly who can access this data? Where's the public map of current and proposed placements? Where is the misuse discipline policy? And is this data available to be Freedom of Information Act requested?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next public speaker this evening is Laura Ekman.
Hello, I'm Laura Ekman. I'm the Executive Director of the Music Academy in Rockford. I'm here advocating for funding for the Arts Council. As I was preparing to talk about the importance of the Rockford Area Arts Council, I caught myself doing what so many of us in the arts have done for years, searching for yet another way to defend the arts, to explain why they matter. And then I thought to myself, I'm not going to trivialize the arts by explaining why they matter. Instead, I'm going to talk about how unique the arts community is in Rockford. It's easy to take for granted because it's so well integrated into our everyday lives, and that is because of the leadership and vision of the Rockford Area Arts Council. 4 years ago, my family and I decided to move here. We are a family that values a growth mindset, love of learning, and art. We wanted to make sure that our kids' childhoods could be filled with easy access to arts experiences, and we landed on Rockford. When we looked at Rockford, we saw a community that believes art belongs to everyone. The arts organizations in Rockford are special. They work hard to meet the needs of all and do it with a truly welcoming spirit. They work together to solve problems, create new innovative experiences, and bring more art to more people. They are consistently evolving to be better. At the heart of these organizations is the Rockford Area Arts Council. They are a facilitator of growth. They build bridges to collaboration among fellow artists and across disciplines. They promote support, not competition. They inspire a spirit that is truly collaborative, and that is a big win for our kids, for underrepresented neighborhoods, and for all of us. In the past few years, the Music Academy has collaborated with over 25 local organizations, including Rock House Kids, the Rockford Public Library, Constance Lane Elementary School, the Luther Center, and many more. We have seen the pride of students bowing after their first violin performance in a school where nobody else plays the violin yet, seen the joy of kids dancing freely to classical music at one of our free family recitals, and heard the pure excitement of students composing a song with Emily Hurd at one of our summer camps. These experiences are because of the leadership and guidance of the Rockford Area Arts Council. Places like the Music Academy, the Discovery Center, the Rock and Roll Institute, Mendelssohn Performing Arts Center, Spectrum Progressive School, the Dance Company, Rockford Symphony Orchestra, and many more are unique because they believe in creating a community that is welcoming to anyone, because they authentically care about bringing the best experiences, and because they understand that working with others strengthens their mission. The Rockford Area Arts Council anchors these initiatives and creates a community where the arts are so embedded in our everyday lives that we forget to notice them in a good way. When we adequately fund the Arts Council, we are not simply funding programs, we are investing in connection, in belonging, and in opportunity, in the kind of community that families choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next public speaker this evening is Victor Rivera.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Victor Rivera. I'm a resident of Rockford's most historic neighborhood for almost 40 years. I'm the proud father of 3 daughters who are all in RPS 205, and I'm also a proud UAW union member. Today I want to talk about something that's very important to me, and that's the Rockford Area Arts Council, but more importantly, the mission statement, arts for everyone. Keeping art accessible to every man, woman, and child in Rockford seems like a very simple ask. More importantly than that, you all see it, you all drive by it, you all live through it. And this is coming from a guy who grew up in the neighborhood, whose only access to public art was, whose turn was it to tag the neighborhood, the land kings or the land counts. In recent years, because of the Rockford Area Arts Council and various collaborative partners, we've been able to see public art designed by Rockfordians for Rockford, like the electrical units you see around town, one designed by Christian Pacheco, internationally known artist, the Rockford Loteria. This hat I'm wearing, by Rockford artist Greg Lang, whose studio is on South Main, the Fatherless Studio, who is internationally recognized artist. Not only does this bolster community pride, but it's also another opportunity for our local artists. And of course, on the corner of South Main and Morgan, on the side of Cletus Stay and So, the mosaic butterflies that were designed by Susan Burton, but put together by students of Rockford at zero cost. Now, these are the things we see, but here are some of the cold hard facts. Research shows that children who participate in the arts are 4 times more likely to be recognized in academic achievements. They score higher on standardized tests, maintain better GPAs, and are less likely to drop out of school. Now, why would anyone want to take those possibilities? For my 3 daughters. Now, this one right here applies to all you guys. Long-term impacts profound. Students who engage in the arts are 20% more likely to vote as adults. This isn't just about fostering artists, it's about engaging citizens who care about their community, long-term citizens. So Rockford, I hope we can come together and champion for the arts. Let's ensure that every child, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to explore their creativity and realize their potential. Together, we can build a brighter future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next public speaker. Thank you. Our next public speaker this evening is Patricia Chavez. Is Patricia Chavez with us? No. I know she won a big award today. She's celebrating. All should know that Patricia Chavez won a really well-earned award today from the YWCA, but we'll come back and see if she's back with us in a moment. Is Christopher Bear with us?
Before I begin, I'd like to mention I have a handout for everybody here that has examples of some of the details that I'll be getting into in just a moment. Good evening. My name is Chris Bayer, and I'm a resident of Rockford, Illinois. I'm speaking to you this evening to voice my deep opposition to the flock safety contract up for vote tonight. I'd like to focus on 2 reasons why the city should not only reject passing this contract, but cease all business with Flock and the use of automated license plate readers. Number 1, Flock broke Illinois state law and was found in direct violation of the Trust Act. Number 2, Flock and similar platforms are vulnerable to misuse and abuse. In August, the Illinois Secretary of State performed an audit and discovered that Flock broke Illinois state law, and Flock violated the Trust Act by allowing U.S. Customs and Border Patrol to access license plate cameras and surveil drivers. As a result of this audit, the city of Evanston ended their relationship with Flock by deactivating their cameras and issuing a termination notice. Despite the termination, Flock reinstalled cameras, causing Evanston to send a cease and desist to Flock. This is the same company that we are currently giving our money to and are voting to give even more money to. Systems like Flock need strict internal controls to mitigate risk of misuse and abuse. One such internal control is maintaining transparency with the public. On January 23rd, I submitted a FOIA request to RPD for the following information: all policies and procedures governing how the agency handles public records requests related to Flock safety systems, license plate reader technology, automated license plate reader systems, any other license plate recognition or surveillance technology, any guidelines, instructions, or training materials provided to staff regarding the processing of public records requests for the above-mentioned technologies, and any written procedures for redacting, exempting, or withholding records related to license plate reader systems. 5 days later, what I received were 0 documents, and the reason stated was that no such records exist. I find it deeply troubling that our city finds it okay to operate surveillance technology on the public, but didn't bother writing anything down on how to correctly and consistently comply with our civil liberties. In closing, there are simply better ways to spend our taxpayer money to improve safety and the well-being of this community. We all want a safer community, but surveillance is not safety. Please vote no on the Flock contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Patricia Chavez in? Thank you. Is Patricia Chavez with us? Patricia Chavez. Okay. Thank you to all of our public speakers this evening. We'll move to new committee reports, and we'll go to Planning and Development Committee and Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1, committee recommends approval of the 2026 funding agreement with the Greater Rockford Chamber of Commerce as the Regional Economic Development Organization in the amount of $75,000. The funding source is the Redevelopment Fund.
Thank you. Council, we have one item before us. Is there any discussion on that one item? Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. I know that we have had a past history of funding the chamber, or whatever the name is for the chamber prior to it being, well, when they joined together, REEDC and the chamber. But we funded up to $150,000 at that point. Is there plans or future plans? I'm just trying to get a scope of the future of increasing the funding for this organization?
Director Wise?
So their plan is to, so they've hired, they've set the roadmap, and now this year to start proving their case, basically, right? To show that the output that they deserve is worth more funding. So yes, I think at some point they will ask for probably a higher amount, but at this point, right now, where they stand with staffing, where they stand in their actual roadmap is right at the beginning, and they know it. They're asking us to help them ramp that up. They've proven, and they have already carried out some of the activities, so we can point to that. I think it's a good investment for a first year for 75.
That was my question. Thank you so much.
Is there any other questions? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 14 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Code and Regulation Committee and Alderman Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 items. Item 1 is committee recommends approval of plat number 5 of Perryville Promenade subdivision. Item 2, committee recommends sustaining the Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board's approval for the sale of liquor by the drink Class L50 in conjunction with the restaurant and video gaming terminals in a C3 General Commercial Zoning District at 2525 Auburn Street. Colleen Therese Kowalski and Michelle Kynes, Euro House and More Incorporated, doing business as Euro House, is the applicant, subject to conditions. And item 3, committee recommends sustaining the Zoning Board of Appeals approval for a special use permit for a standalone coffee shop with a drive-through with deviations from the regulations for parking and landscape in a C3 General Commercial Zoning District at 73XX East Riverside Boulevard. 2018 DT Sandy Hollow LLC is the applicant, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Council, we have 3 items before us. Any discussion on those 3 items? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. Item 1, 14 ayes. Item 2, 12 ayes. 2 noes. Item 3, 14 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Finance and Personnel Committee and Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1, the committee recommends approval of vouchers in the amount of $11,838,332.59 as approved at the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting held on February 23, 2026. Number 2, the committee recommends approval of the 2026 intergovernmental agreement for a 3-year property tax rebate program for newly built residential construction for single-family townhome, 2-family, 3-family, and multifamily structures located within the City of Rockford and Rockford School District 205. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on those 2 items, Council? Alderwoman Torina.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 2, can we just get maybe just a little mini update on the success of the program, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Cagnoni?
Thank you, Chairman. So in 2024 was the first year that we had the new construction program. So not only did we have the IGA with some of our taxing body partners, we also had the fee waiver for building permit, construction, plan review, and water connection fees, which is also later on the agenda. But in 2024, we had 131 new construction residential units. That was broken down to 71 single-family homes, 8 duplexes, and 12 multifamily buildings. Last year in 2025, we had 161 new construction residential units, 91 single-family homes, 24 duplex, and 5 multifamily buildings. Prior to the program, we were averaging a little bit less than 20 new single-family homes a year. So we've seen a significant increase in our housing stock as a result of this. Director Lies has been working with a number of our developer partners, and this is a very welcomed and needed tool to help drive new residential construction.
Thank you for that. That's the kind of story we should be telling. That would be a great social media thing or something we need to be telling the media. That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 14 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to unfinished business, and we'll move to Planning and Development Committee and Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you. Item 1, committee recommends approval of the funding agreement and lease agreement for 713 East State Street with Rockford Area Arts Council for 2026 through 2028 in the amount of $125,000 annually for the total amount of $375,000. The funding source is the city's redevelopment fund.
Thank you. Council, there's one item before you. Is there any discussion on that item? Alderwoman Meeks.
Mayor, I would like to amend the committee report approving the funding agreement and lease agreement to reduce the funding provided by the city to the Rockford Area Arts Council from $125,000 per year to $75,000 per year for the 2026 through 2028 calendar year.
Thank you. We have an amendment on the floor. Is there a second to that amendment? Second. We have a motion. We have a second. So, Council, there's an amendment on the floor that would take what is on the agenda from $125,000 a year for 26 through 2028 to $75,000 a year. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. So I just want to be really clear because I am absolutely an advocate for the arts. But I have sat in this seat for long enough to say that I consider this budget and I take it very seriously. And knowing that we're in a deficit year, knowing that this particular fund that we're pulling from is already in a deficit based off of the spending that we've done since the beginning of this year, knowing that over 10 years we've given $500,000, knowing that there's additional funding that's taken place over the course of the years, including 132 other partner organizations for arts in the community, knowing that we have set aside $250,000 of the casino revenue as well. These are all strong showings of support for the arts, and I believe that while we're in this deficit year, we need to carefully consider how we're funding nonprofit organizations. And that is why I put this on the table. It in no way, shape, or form diminishes the wonderful work that the Arts Council has done over the years. I think it's very, very important. I think it's shown by the support that we've given over the years how we've been able to grow arts in this community, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. And I do feel like as we continue to look at our budget, we will be able to make these increases over time to organizations such as this one. I just feel like right now, timing isn't on our side. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any further discussion on the amendment to reduce the funding? Alderman Toomberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually under the impression that they were going to present tonight, but I could have, sorry on that. I guess in points to Alderwoman Meeks, you know, this isn't a slashing of funding for the arts. We started out with $50,000 to the arts just a few short years ago. We increased that to by 50% to $75,000. there was some conversation that this was going to go towards solidifying the undertaking of the armory. Haven't confirmed that, but I think that I foreshadow there's going to be a request for city funding for the armory. Again, could be wrong, but if that is the case, I would rather see money that is specifically designated for that purpose. It goes to that purpose, specifically for that purpose. That's a whole nother conversation to have than just coming and wanting a 66% increase in your funding. So I would support what Alderwoman Meeks says. Again, some may find that intriguing, but I think she has some valid points there. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Durkee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also would agree with Alderwoman Meeks, except for one caveat, and that is I don't see our budgets increasing for some of these organizations that we fund through the year. Our state reimbursements are going down. Federal government is out of money, and that's troubling because some of the things that they would fund, such as weatherization or other projects that we have, we will see decreased funding in it. The future of our budget is going to be stressed. And I agree with reducing this. I would have preferred to see it done voting on this on an annual basis like many of our other grants. But I think in the future, we're going to be retreating into funding things that are the core responsibilities of the city, such as public safety, pensions, and infrastructure. I don't foresee us having a lot of money. I foresee us as being very stressed. State of Illinois' budget is stressed. So government bodies, there's just not a lot of money floating around out there. And so I think we just sort of have to prepare for paring some of these grants back down. They all have value, but the government can't help everybody, unfortunately. But that's where I stand on that issue. So, thank you.
Alderman Bonney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if I can call on Director Haggerty to explain again the situation with the redevelopment fund and why it may be projected to be negative, but that's only temporary, and what that is.
Yes.
Director Haggerty.
Thank you. We're projecting a small deficit, just over $100,000 by the end of this fiscal year. That increases to over $1 million next year. We have a significant amount of debt that's retiring this year that will create surpluses in the fund moving forward. So while we do anticipate a shortfall over the next 2 years, after that, we will have operating surpluses, and we are projecting operating surpluses in the redevelopment fund.
Was this item, sorry, can I add a question? Sure. Was this item in the budget?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Alderman Bonney.
Thank you. So I'm going to support this request because, for a lot of reasons, but we ask for results when we give out funds, and I think without citing anything specific, I think anecdotally, anybody who's paying attention in Rockford would know that the Arts Council has gone from, its origin under Susan Williams as a robust, active organization through many sleepy years where you couldn't point to much of anything that the Arts Council was doing, but passing out money that they received from the state back to being a robust organization again under Mary McNamara. And I think that, you know, that's evident in a lot of ways, large like the Armory project. I mean, this is a very important historic building that has sat vacant for decades and is now, you know, poised to potentially be renovated because of the Arts Council's leadership. Now, that may not come to pass, but it's a lot closer than it ever has been before, down to small things like, I think one of the speakers mentioned the utility box wraps. And those are super popular. I mean, in terms of positive comments that I've gotten from people in my ward over the years, there's a lot of excitement about little utility box wrapping project because it's all over the city, and you know, it's a curiosity point and people talk about it. But the other thing that bothers me about this is I'm wondering about why we're opposing this and talking about giving money out to nonprofits when we just passed through a $75,000 increase for the Chamber of Commerce with no discussion, and we took them from zero. They currently are at zero, and we're now, we just agreed to give them $75,000. That's a $75,000 increase without comment. And during the YW luncheon, I emailed the director some questions that I had that I chose not to ask or bring up on the council floor because I decided to go along with it. But I don't think that that presentation last week was particularly transparent, and I'm going to bring them up now because I wonder why we, again, scooted that through without conversation when last week the 13th Ward Alderman asked about requests to other units of government, and there was mention that asks were being made to Winnebago County, Loves Park, and McChesney Park. But there was no comment, there was no, did you have something to say?
You can keep going.
Okay. There was no, this is not an attack on you, despite what you think is coming. There was no mention of how much is being asked for or what. So the answer is that Loves Park pays a membership fee, which I believe the city, of my understanding is, we also pay, which is $15,000. That would be, I assume, on top of the $75,000 that we just agreed to give them, so that's $90,000. McChesney Park pays a $500 membership fee, and Winnebago County pays a $2,500 membership fee, or that they've agreed, and that according to the director, McChesney Park has agreed to an additional $27,000 in economic development funds. There's no mention of whether Loves Park is committing any additional money. It is stated that Winnebago County may commit $100,000, but they're awaiting that response. Again, I don't know why we couldn't, that information couldn't have been offered to council last week when we were in open session. Director Haggerty gave some information about the historical level of contribution being as high as $300,000 when it was going to the Rockford area, to RADEC. And so I asked what was the historical contribution level of any other units of local government, and the answer is zero. We've contributed as much for many years as $100,000, $300,000, and up until potentially this year, no other unit of local government has contributed any money. Director Lies made a comment about the chamber having brought in a company a month ago that had been looking at 2 sites in Iowa and 2 sites in Illinois. I asked, did we in fact land that company? If so, what is the company and where is the company located? The response is the company has not made a final decision. Alderman Durkee asked for data on companies that rejected us. He asked, for example, what are the top 3 reasons given for not relocating here? The response was that there hasn't been a lot of activity, and so there isn't a track record. I asked if some successes rather than rejections could be cited, and I got an answer that I'm not sure I fully understand, but that there are 8 active expansion and retention projects since we returned to tracking in May of 2025. So we're talking about giving $75,000 to an organization that hasn't even been tracking anything for except for less than a year. And then there is a bunch of information about leads that are forwarded to the organization from the state of Illinois. And I just, again, I voted for that, but I don't see, it seems really incongruous that we are pushing that through without conversation, with a very non-transparent presentation last week, and now we are squirming over a smaller increase to the Arts Council, which has been far more transparent and has a much more proven track record. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted, there's no clapping in the audience, I'm really sorry. So moving forward, thank you. Thank you. Moving forward, I just want to address a couple of the other items. One, I do believe that the Rockford Area Arts Council would be putting a lot more of their time towards the Armory, which I think was mentioned in the staff report and at committee, thus requesting additional funding. Also, I think, you know, we said the federal government has no money. I lean more towards they are not prioritizing their money towards the arts. And I think when we look at the items that are being cut, arts and culture, and a whole host of other things are being cut. Will we ever be able to step in and fill that gap? No. But I think we can make incremental changes here, and these dollars do allow many of these nonprofits, Arts Council in this case, but many of these nonprofits to provide that matching funds to help them secure other grants. I agree that the state of Illinois is cutting our funds. They've done that every year since 2012 for the most part. But there again, I think it's a prioritization of funds. I think their budget back around then was around 43 billion, now it's 56 billion. I don't know if it's not having the funds. I think it's more where they're prioritizing. And I also agree that infrastructure and public safety certainly are core responsibilities for municipalities. Undeniable, and I will support both to the hills, but I also think so many other things help attract people and retain them and help our youth grow, and I think one of those is the arts. Is there other public comments? Alderman Bell, did you have it? Alderman Bell.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would just say, first, thank you to the Arts Council and all of the creatives in our community for all that you do in bringing life and breathing life into our neighborhoods. We know that when our kids are exposed to the arts, they're more likely to graduate. All of the statistics have shown us that, and that's why this body has approved funding for the arts. You see the Arts Council providing free youth programming throughout our community, whether that's on the east side, west side, north side, or south side in our community. At Washington Park Community Center in my ward, dozens of youth get to have the opportunity to create with professional artists. You see at the Irving Stronghouse Community Healing Center, just I believe last week or the week before, we had a presentation. It was last week, we had a presentation from our Community Healing Center. They also mentioned the partnership with the arts and the Arts Council. And so I just think that this investment is a no-brainer as we continue to increase the quality of life across each part of our community. One of our public speakers made a comment today in the mission or slogan of our Arts Council, and that art is for everyone. I just also want to remind us that art is all across the city and in each of our wards. And again, tonight, I think we need to put our focus that this funding is to continue to increase the quality of life across this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Alderman Thunberg?
Thank you, Mayor. 14th Ward Alderman is, comments accepted. Again, it is not we are defunding the arts. We have $75,000 that we haven't voted on it yet on that part either, but that is something that would continue to go to the arts. Like I said last week, with the chamber here, I would say that, yes, we were giving upwards to 150,000, 300,000?
Up to 300.
300,000 to the chamber at one point. I think that we were in a holding pattern in a sense to see how RADAC and the chamber merged, how that came about. They are beyond that now. And I think that 75,000 for them is justified. Like I said last week, the government does not produce. They may lay the groundwork, the infrastructure, but again, that is even built by the private sector. We need more private sector companies and jobs coming to Rockford. We need to make sure that the chamber has the necessary items and tools in place to help make that happen. My business is more in the private sector. I'll readily admit that I am not as well versed in the non-for-profit sector as the private sector when it comes to looking at numbers. I know that they're very skewed in not in a negative way, I should say, but they are much different. Whereas administrative costs in the private sector should only be at this much, maybe 20. Administrative costs in the non-for-profit sector may go up 50%, and that's acceptable. That would never be acceptable in the private sector. So I'm not disputing that. But looking at just a profit loss statement from the Arts Council, I see what seems just from the viewpoint, and that's where I thought they were going to maybe present tonight. We could get more answers on that. But just from a financial standpoint, looking at the profit loss statements, they are running a negative net operating income in the 6 figures these past 3 years. Their net income is a loss of 6 figures. Now, maybe there is an answer to that, and I'm welcome to hear that, but just from a fiscal standpoint, if you look at a profit loss statement and you see, in conjunction with the balance sheet which was provided, a entity that's running a net income loss of 6 figures and a net operating income loss of 6 figures throws up a red flag. Again, I know that, and I give non-for-profits, they necessarily shouldn't be showing a profit. Like a private sector, you look at a profit loss statement, let me take a step back. You look at the private sector, and they should show a profit. That profit can go towards more capital investment, it can go towards employees' pay, bonuses, what have you. But in the not-for-profit sector, you don't want to show too much profit, because then it shows that you're not giving the money away to the actual causes that your organization is there for. So I'm not looking at this as a, wow, where's your big net income? Where's your positive net income on this and your profit and all that? But it does show, when I look at a negative operating income in the six figures and a net income loss in the six figures, it just throws up a red flag. Again, I would be happy to hear if there's an explanation to that, but that's just what the numbers show. And it's just plain and simple, it's right in your face. So that's where I had some issues with as well. Again, $75,000, we're not cutting funding to the arts. If we want to talk about funding from the city level for additional monies that are needed for the armory, I'm happy to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate that. I think some of it is for nonprofits that it's a snapshot in time, and I think sometimes their grants will come in, February 18th, and this was a snapshot of January 1st. That's typically when I'm looking at nonprofits, that's where I'm seeing the discrepancy of where we can all think, maybe this isn't producing, even flat revenue, that it's a timing issue. And I know many people have had that question with the Arts Council as well as other nonprofits. 9 times out of 10, that is what the response is back with the nonprofits. Sorry. Alderman Bell.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I've done this a few times since being on council. We do have representatives in the gallery. Would love to, without objection of this body, request either one of their staff members that are willing to step forth and maybe answer questions from this body or myself, if that's okay.
Director Hammer, what's the vote total we need to have someone come forward?
2/3 vote.
Okay. If council members are willing to have a member of the Arts Council staff come forward to answer a question or more, would you please raise your hand? Does not look like we have 2/3. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Is there other discussion? And I'm sorry, really quick, did you have another item?
I did.
Yeah.
You can throw it over and then I'll be next. You can pass.
Alderman Logan.
Just real quick, I really appreciate the work that the Arts Council has been doing over the past 3 to 4 years. When we're talking a lot about the quantitative metrics, we all take a look at that, but then also, I know I've seen residents speaking about qualitative data, residents reaching out to me, asking about utility box wraps, and just I'm hearing from more and more of my residents about the Rockford Area Arts Council, which I did not hear from them, 5, 6, 7 years ago. So I think that's really good feedback for both like us as aldermen and then also for the Rockford Area Arts Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other discussion? Alderman Durkee.
It's just a matter of clarity. I'd heard it mentioned twice that we're relating the Rockford Arts Council funding to youth art. I think District 205, to which we already pay taxes for, does a pretty good job with the arts and music. So I don't think they're in danger of being deprived of the arts. I'm sure there's some special things that go on, but I think the bulk of what our students are learning in art comes from 205. And they have some pretty outstanding art teachers there, and music folks.
We definitely have outstanding staff. I think mainly it's summer and after school. Alderman Bell.
Sure. Just to the first word, Alderman's statement, just to provide a little bit more context as it relates to Rockford Public Schools. And yes, we pay taxes. I do think we can do a better job, or they can do a better job at providing and increasing support when it comes to the arts inside of their schools. As we know that it has been a proven fact that it increases reading and math scores. I can say that at Jackson Charter School, I've been fortunate to volunteer there and see over the last 5 years and how the arts has increased attendance by way of investment from the Rockford Area Arts Council and their gracious support with funding and insight to providing programming for their students. And so I just think that, you know, our schools can do better, and we all know that, but it is up to us to, I think, support our students outside of the classroom as well, and in the neighborhoods. And that's what we see with the Arts Council's investment. So yeah, I think it is very important that we acknowledge the fact that the Arts Council is serving our youth, but also trying to save a building that has been sitting for decades.
Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. So I just want to say, I knew when I introduced the idea of sustaining this funding that I would be vilified for even saying the words. So I knew that going into this. I stand on the fact that I do believe that we need to be taking major considerations of how we are spending our funding in this city. We've talked about the infrastructure that's needed. We've talked about the lead service lines. There are issues throughout this community that we still have yet to know what's coming. And so that's why, to me, sustaining funding is a practical decision that I believe that we should be making. It has nothing to do with wanting to cut any funding. And what I can speak to is I continue to be so proud of how we've invested in this community. We've talked about it. Everyone's talked about all the wonderful things that they've seen from the Arts Council over the last 5 years, and I stand on the fact that it is because there has been such a support coming from this city council and other entities in this community. And I just don't want to forget about the funding that we set aside from casino revenue. And I don't want to also forget that though we're getting upwards to $7 million from the casino every year, there are still implications to having a casino in your community. And there are repercussions, I want to say, to having them. And those repercussions are things that we have to consider every single year. And so the casino funding that we talk about continuously as being that cushion that we're going to use whenever something happens, we're absolutely going to need that. And there are people that need it in this community. I sit on certain boards, and I have to be honest with you, there are a lot of people, probably 99% of the people that absolutely love the arts in this community. And there's a portion of people in this community that want to see mental health programs succeed. And they want to see more youth programming or more programming for people getting out of the criminal justice system. There's a lot of things that we could be talking about funding in this community. And so for me to make a suggestion to keep funding at this level, I do not think is too far off. And so I'll be honest, I don't appreciate some of the commentary related to a no-brainer, things like that. It makes me feel a little bit of a certain kind of way, but maybe that's my own personal triggers. I just had to say that because, like I said, I knew going into this that this was not going to be a popular decision, but I felt it was necessary because I've seen some of the things that we have done already on this council since we started the year with regards to funding, and it hasn't been so intelligent, in my opinion, if we're going to start bashing people. So I just want to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Frost and Alderman Bell.
So full disclosure, my wife is a former Rockford Public School art teacher, teaching at King, Barber, and even teaching all the way up to AP Art at Auburn High School. So I do recognize that with some of the speakers I thought were very eloquent about it, you know, what arts bring to our community, to any community. And yes, we do have great teachers at our schools, and we're fortunate for that. But I do think it's important, you know, to look at other programs, whether it goes back to the days when I was a kid, and the Park District used to have a program, it tot lots, so to speak, and kids could go there and start getting some early art education. I don't know if those exist or not. I know that the Rockford Arts Area Council does offer some summer programs that are available to kids. I'm not really that concerned about the the wrapped utility boxes. I'm not a fan of some of them, but I won't digress on my opinions on the art, on all of them, because that's obviously subjective. So I am in favor, though, of this. And as a council, we are going to have to look, and Alderman Meeks raises many valid points, at what we decide to fund, what we decide to cut, what we decide to keep the same, and it's obviously going to depend on our specific budget and where we lie. And you know, I don't know if you know, if I mean, me being in favor of keeping or increasing the funding, if we could get, and I don't want to have public policy, or we as a council always look over everyone's budgets. But for instance, in the budgets we received from our city staff, it was difficult to see how the Arts Council specifically spends money in specific areas, and that's one thing I'd like to make sure that they're spending, you know, as much, like I said, on fine arts for kids as they are on music programs, as they are in theater, because I do believe that they touch a lot of these programs, and it'd be just, I think, be nice to have more information available to us and see where the spending goes, because in the current way we receive the information, you know, as Alderman of the Third Ward indicated, you know, it shows, like, let's say that it shows a negative $100,000 at the end of the year. When I asked questions about that, I think the information I was told was that, well, it's because we actually received a grant the next month, and our fiscal year ends in August, which is a little bit unusual, but so the next month they received money, and so it wasn't negative. So, you know, there are nuances like that. But I just think it'd be important to have, I mean, it seems like everyone has a high interest in whether it's in your ward, in specific arts programs, that perhaps, you know, kind of like Go Rockford does. We get a little bit more information provided to us on a quarterly or semi-annual basis on where, you know, what projects are getting funded, because let's face it, if I don't particularly like a particular policy of a program or what it's going to, you know, I know today, I think we all received an email from someone that talked about art. I don't even think it was in Rockford, I think it was in Freeport, frankly. But look, I mean, I don't want to see our money that we're giving away to any entity, not picking on the Arts Council, but going to fund and bring someone here that's, you know, speaking or doing X, Y, and Z, when it's something that I really don't think is germane to why we gave them the money. So I'll be voting to a no on the amendment, and with the caveat that I will be supporting the increased funds. But I would ask that we feet are held to the fire, and we get more information on seeing specifically where it's being spent and what programs it's being spent on. Thank you.
Makes sense. Thank you. Alderman Bell, then Alderman Bonney.
Thank you, Mayor. This may be for Director Haggerty. Comments were made about which fund these dollars will be coming from. Can you clarify for us, please?
Director Haggerty?
Yes, the funding for this proposal and historically has come from the redevelopment fund.
Okay, thank you. And just heard a few comments, and I know it's been a pressing issue across the nation, at the state level, and here locally, about lead service line replacement. Can you clarify for us, these dollars cannot be used to replace lead service lines, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Alderman Bonney.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the 12th Ward Alderwoman's comment about being bashed and being vilified. I don't know who she was referring to, but she looked this way when she made the comment. I had nothing I had to say was directed at any specific alderperson. But I would just reemphasize that all this concern and hand-wringing over $50,000 for the Arts Council was completely absent in our conversation about the chamber, and so it all rings pretty hollow to me, and I'm wondering if I could ask our legal director if I could make a motion to reconsider the vote on the chamber at this moment.
So we have an amendment right now. Can we please, legal director, get through this amendment? And then can we come back to, answer if we can reconsider, and then we'll go through this amendment.
So the item for the Chamber of Commerce is a committee report. So the committee report was approved, and then later on the agenda is the ordinance approving the item. So rather than reconsidering it, I would suggest.
Can the motion be made at this meeting versus our next meeting? Somewhere else in the agenda?
Well, the only thing that's passed at this point is the committee report approving it. And then later on tonight's agenda is the ordinance for this item. So that will determine the final outcome.
So I could make a motion to reconsider at that time?
Well,
I think what we're saying is that you wouldn't need to because it hasn't been officially approved. And
Gotcha.
Correct.
Underlining all of it,
Gotcha.
the good news is we're going to get to have this conversation again tonight. All right, we're moving along. Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just want to make a couple comments real quick. I've worked with the Arts Council a little bit when they did their cultural plan. So from my perspective, I've seen the tremendous growth. And despite some of the folks that may disagree with the utility poles or whatever, that was an idea that came out of that cultural plan and the 12 different things that they want to focus on. Where's the separation between the schools and how it's an economic driver, it's a crime reduction, it's the whole gamut. So from my perspective, it's a well-done plan that was put into place. I think they are a kind of like, I would treat it almost like a foundation where everything grants flow through that, and then they reach out to different programming, grants, awards, and so forth. What I like about it is, specifically, and I've heard there's statistics out there, but really is addressing some of the issues when it comes to juvenile crime or engagement in school, performing well, GPAs go up, and so forth. I think that's a collective good argument for us, and we've heard it from other aldermen, alderwomen in regards to that. It also creates that mental health awareness that we see that out there. It gives them something to do. So I really appreciate all the hard work that they've done. I know that, we've seen the murals across, the city with Grow Rockford funding, some of it creative. There's this collaboration, and I think this is great momentum from that perspective. And I do truly think, it's been going. Now it's the Armory. We're talking about the Armory. What's next? Maybe we'll have a better museums, whatever the case may be, more artists coming into this place, this city of Rockford, and attracting that collection, maybe bigger collections, just like we see in Chicago or across, everywhere in the nation. So I'm in the same boat as Mr. Frost here. I'm going to not support the amendment, and I am going to support the original request of the 125. Based on the conversations I've had, I reached out to County Board Valdez in regards to the financial pieces, just trying to get an understanding, as some folks might say, net loss, profit that occurred, and that there maybe administrative costs, are a little bit higher than what we anticipate for a regular not-for-profit. So have had good discussions, and it's all positive from my end. It addresses some of the issues that we can't ultimately just do with the technology that we receive from law enforcement and so forth, that we will talk about a little bit later down the road. So I think this is just an additional piece that addresses and helps address some of that. And I'm a big advocate from that and trying to reduce some of the, you know, the gaps that we have out there. So that's how I'll vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Alderwoman Wilkins.
I guess I'll join in. I did wrestle with this one a little bit, kind of just going back and forth, but something that kind of pushed me over the edge was, again, we've all stated the Rockford Area Arts Council has been doing great things in our community and has good partnerships within our community. And so me working with a nonprofit, and anyone paying attention to the news, we're not getting funding into the city like we were, especially the nonprofits who have been hit. A lot of funding that goes to the state, probably about 20% of it is actually going outside of that Chicago area, which hurts us all, and it's hurting our nonprofits here. And so the fact that we have an entity like the Rockford Area Arts Council who does provide that funding and those opportunities for these organizations who are struggling, and to provide that pipeline for us to provide that support to these other nonprofits through the work of arts, that is why I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak here. One thing that's concerning me is the fact that it's not just a one-year ask, it's a three-year ask here. And I think I would be feeling a lot better about it if this was just for this year. And to address some of the issues that have been around this chamber, we could take a look at that again next year, to whether this could go to a sunset for three, we come back every year to renew this, or whether we simply redo this to a one-year ask. I'm part of the arts too, with playing the band, the city band for years. And the snow sculpting is part of the arts, and Dixieland music is part of the arts, and everything that we can see, the unstuffed thing, I get it. But I also understand the fact that it is hard to take a look at this financial statement and dig it apart. And I think that that's kind of fair to even be concerned about that. So I don't know how we could redo this to make it be 1 year, or with a sunset, have it for 3 years, with a sunset every year, to come back and have this discussion again, if that's what would be the pleasure of this council. But I would be interested in hearing from my colleagues how they feel about that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Toomberg.
Thanks, Mayor. Obviously, with so much discussion on this issue, I think it would make sense going forth. We do have multiple organizations within our community that do look for the city of Rockford to provide funding. We do have them, it's not uncommon for them to come before city council on an annual basis. Some come even more than that to basically give their update. You know, I know it was mentioned earlier about this money going towards possibly the organization working harder when it comes to various things regarding the armory, whether that's securing grant funding, more grant funding, or what have you. You know, again, I think from most people's experience here, there's been many of us that have been asked to step up to the plate, work harder for whatever reason. There's a project due, there's whatever the case is within your own jobs. And I don't think many of us would be apt to, it would look kindly to say, well, if I'm gonna work harder, I deserve a raise, or I deserve more money. You just, when you are confronted with something, and possibly the armory coming, which would be a major transformation, buckle down, work harder, and it doesn't necessarily mean you can come to the city and ask, you know, to get more money from the city trough. So it's, I again wouldn't have an issue with this $50,000 if I knew exactly what it was going to. If it went to the armory, let's have that discussion. If it's going to programs and specifically 50,000 is going to go out and benefit the kids of our community, I would be more apt to support this. But I don't know, is it going to go to raises? I don't know. I don't know where there was never really, to my knowledge, where this 50,000 is going to within the organization. And that's part of the issue I have from a fiscal standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion, Alderman Bell.
Yeah, two things. To the third ward alderman's point just a little bit ago, that was actually one of my questions, so that it was laid out for us, but unfortunately, the members were unable to speak today. So, Mayor, I'd call the question if we could.
Oh, well, thank you. So, we have the vote coming up. Just so council members are aware, you are voting on the amendment that would take the funding on this agenda from $125,000 to $75,000 for the Rockford Area Arts Council. A yes would be that you want that funding to be on the agenda reduced from $125,000 to $75,000. A no means that we get to have this discussion again in just moments. So, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
Okay. Do you want to give the total, Sarah?
9 ayes, I'm sorry, 4 ayes, 5 ayes, 9 noes.
Excellent. Thank you. Good news. We're back at it. Got one item in front of you. Is there any discussion on the one item before us? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Finance and Personnel Committee. Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number one, the committee recommends approval of an IGA between the city and Rockford Public School District for a vacation of an existing right-of-way to RPS 205, construction of revised access to Lincoln Middle School from Charles Street as part of the city's 11th Street Phase 2 project and reimbursement of improvement costs by RPS 205. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, there's one item before us. Is there any discussion on that one item? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to officers' reports. Council members, do you have any officers' reports? Alderwoman Granite.
I would like to let the constituents of the 9th Ward know that I'll be having a ward meeting on Thursday, March 19th at 1 p.m. at the United Lutheran Church on 3630 North Rockton. We'll be having a presentation by the Rockford Park District about proposal for Brown Park and also learn about brownfields. Got a big packed agenda. And Sarah Lays will be there also talking about economic development. So it's please come. And there are two other dates, but I'll save that for future announcements.
I like that play on the words. Brown Park, brown fields. I like it. Other reports. Alderman Toomberg.
Thanks, Mayor. On probably behalf of the rest of the City Council, I'd like to thank Director Scott Sanders for much of the work he has been doing, especially in the 3rd Ward in the last week with none else than water main breaks. And it's an aging infrastructure out there, so I know we're all dealing with it, unfortunately, on, it seems like, a regular basis. So thank you for keeping me updated on some of that. Another one is from Four Rivers Sanitation, of course, that many people don't know. That's their own, that's a separate taxing body. They have their own board of directors. It's not part of the water department of Rockford. But I had some issues and with Four Rivers, and Chris Beal, or is it Chris, sorry.
Bear.
Chris Bear. Chris Bear really stepped up to the plate, and his proactive approach really helped me out, and it's in turn really helped out the constituent that had this issue. So Chris Bear, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Alderwoman Torino.
Excuse me. Sorry, I was trying to find my flyer. I'm a bit under the weather, so my energy is not here tonight. I just wanted to alert 5th Ward residents and anyone else that'd like to come that there is a 5th Ward meeting coming up Wednesday, March 11th at 5:30, and the ward meeting will be at Clem Arboretum. The address is 2715 South Main Street, and we'll have lots of good topics to discuss, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Other reports. Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank Public Works, Water Department, and Director Scott Sanders for your update. We also had some water main issues. A lot of people without water this morning, so it wasn't easy, but emergencies happen, and so I appreciate everybody's patience. It was literally about an hour at the most that they waited till water was shut back on, so I'm just really thankful to your team for that. But I will say that I don't have information, but as soon as I do have information, I will be sharing it on my social media with my residents personally via text message and email. But we are putting together a town hall. I got a call today from Angela Fellers, county board representative, to speak about the potential data center that's coming to the Rockford area. And so we will be having a town hall to really talk about what we know and to allow for community feedback early on in this process while we don't have any information to share, but we share what we have. And so I just want to put that on people's radars for this town hall meeting. It will be in the next couple of weeks, location to be determined, date to be determined, but it is coming up very, very soon, so just keep an eye out for that information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other reports? I would just say, I want to say sincere congratulations to all those that were nominated. We have one in our presence, an Alderwoman Prunty, who was nominated for an award. But sincerely, thank you for all that you do here, but also out in our community. Really appreciate it. But today was a YWCA Women's Leader Luncheon, and it was just awesome to see. We have so many amazing leaders and so many amazing women leaders in our community, and to see so many of them honored today was really wonderful. Did I miss any reports? No? Okay. Next, we'll go to appointments. The Appointments Council, these are laid over till after the first city council meeting after March 4th. So we have Zaza Johnson and Shamir Shanklin, both for the Community Relations Commission, but those would come up at the next meeting. Alderwoman Meeks?
I would like to suspend Rule 18 and move this forward if possible.
We have a motion, we have a second to suspend Rule 18 and move forward Jaja Johnson as well as Shamir Shanklin. Is there any discussion on the motion to suspend the rule? All those in favor of suspending the rule say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so we'll suspend the rule. Now, council, you have two items before you. Appointment of Jaja Johnson to the Community Relations Commission to fill the seat vacated by Nikki Lynch for the term expiring December 2026. Then we have appointment of Shamir Shanklin to the Community Relations Commission. That's item 2. Appointment of Shamir Shanklin to the Community Relations Commission to fill the seat vacated by Jordan Linville for the term expiring August 2028. Is there any discussion on those two appointments? Alderman Durkee, what would you have to say?
Thank you, Your Honor. I know you struggle to get people to volunteer on community boards, and you find some good people, and I'm sure these are two good people, but again, I can't support staffing that this commission. I was opposed in its creation, so that's my annual. I should bring a sign.
Yeah, just bring the sign in. Yep, no, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee? No. On both? Yes. Okay. Logeman? Aye. Toomber? Aye. Frost? Aye. Torina? Aye. Prunty? Aye. Wilkins? Aye. Hoffman? Aye. Granith? Aye. Beach? Aye. Salgado? Aye. Meeks? Aye. Bell? Aye. Bonnie? 13 ayes, 1 no on both.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to motions and resolutions, and we'll go to Planning and Development Committee. Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1, committee recommends approval of the resolution calling for the public hearing and convening a joint review board in connection with the new South Rockford Industrial Tax Increment Financing District.
Thank you. Council, is there any discussion on the one item before us? Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee? Aye. Logeman? Toomber? Aye. Frost? Aye. Torina? Prunty? Aye. Wilkins? Aye. Hoffman? Aye. Granith? Aye. Beach? Aye. Salgado? Aye. Meeks? No. Bell? Aye. Bonnie? Aye. 13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Code and Regulation Committee. Alderman Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 8 items. Item 1 is committee recommends approval of the Irish Marching Society St. Patrick's Day Parade. The event is scheduled for Saturday, March 14th from noon to 5 p.m. The parade will step off at 3 p.m. The parade route is as follows. The parade will begin on 7th Street and 5th Avenue, north on 7th Street to State Street, west on State Street to Madison Street, and north ending at Prairie Street. Item 2, committee recommends approval of the Spruce Up Day at the Veterans Roundabout. The event is scheduled for May 9th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The event location will be at the Veterans Roundabout located on North Main and Main Street and Auburn Street. Item 3, committee recommends approval of the Rockford Area Pride Parade. This event is scheduled for June 6th from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. The parade will step off at noon with a route as follows. The parade will begin on East State Street at 6th Street, west on State Street to Wyman Street. Item 4, committee recommends approval of the Lifescape Classic July 4th Run Walk. The event is scheduled for July 4th from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. The run walk will begin and end at North Water Street in front of the Riverview Ice House and follow Madison Street to the Recreation Path to Illinois Street and back. Item 5, committee recommends approval of the 4th of July celebration. This event is scheduled to take place on July 4th from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. The parade will begin at 4:45 p.m. and the fireworks display will begin at 9:30 p.m. The parade route will be 7th Street to 2nd and 2nd Avenue, ending at State Street and Church Street. Item 6, committee recommends approval of the one-table and open-air dining experience. The event is scheduled for August 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The event location will be on Water Street from Market Street to the Lower Jefferson Street Bridge. Item 7, resolution for settlement of Tashala Moten et al. Versus City of Rockford et al. Case number 23 CV 50120 in the amount of $40,000. And item 8, resolution for settlement of Michael Oros et al. Versus City of Rockford et al., case number 25, CV 50169, in the amount of $40,000, and both of those require suspension of Rule 9.
Thank you. Council, without objection from you, I'd like to separate items 1 through 6. Is there any objection to me separating items 1 through 6? Okay. We'll just discuss 1 through 6 right now. Any discussion on items 1 through 6? Clerk, will you please call the roll on items 1 through 6?
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
Aye.
13 ayes.
Excellent. We now have 2 items before us, and Alderman Bonnie?
Thank you, Mayor. I would move we convene into closed session in order to discuss pending or threatened litigation matters, real estate acquisition matters, and labor negotiation matters.
Second. Sounds like a full agenda. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of breaking for closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We'll recess to closed session and be right back.
So they're going to disappear for a little while. They will come back. They will discuss block when they come back. But for some reason, we're going to have to wait.
Okay, thank you. We are back into open session for our city council meeting, March 2nd, 2026. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkey. Logeman. Toomber. Frost. Torina. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. Prunty. 14 present.
We all left and we all made it back. All right, so Alderman Bonnie will go back to code and regulation. I believe you have items 7 and 8 before us.
Yes, item 7, resolution for a settlement of Tashayla Moten et al. Versus City of Rockford et al., case number 23CV50120, in the amount of $40,000. And item 8, resolution of a settlement for settlement of Michael Orrs et al. Versus City of Rockford et al., case number 25CV50169, also in the amount of $40,000, and both of those require us to suspend Rule 9.
Is there a motion to suspend Rule 9?
I would make that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of suspending Rule 9, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to suspending Rule 9? Okay. All right, council, we have 2 items before us, items 7 and 8. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Durkey. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomber. Aye. Frost. Aye. Torina. Aye. Prunty. Aye. Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Aye. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. Item number 7, 14 ayes. Item 8, 13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Finance and Personnel Committee. Alderman Frost.
Thank you. Number 1, the committee recommends approval of award of construction engineering agreement for various projects citywide to Willette Hoffman in the amount of $244,868.68. The contract duration is through November 30, 2026. The funding source is 1% infrastructure sales tax. Number 2, the committee recommends approval of the sale of vehicles for 2 Ford Explorers to BMO Police in the amount of $7,000 each. Number 3, the committee recommends approval and award of RFQ for weatherization mechanical services to Geostar Mechanical, an estimated amount of $1.2 million. The contract duration is through September 30, 2026, with 1 possible 1-year extension options. The funding sources are the DCEO, the DOE, and the Department of Health and Human Services and state supplemental. Number 4, the committee recommends approval of a resolution to waive the fees for building plan review, building permit, building inspection, and water connection service fees for new residential construction structures on vacant land and lots throughout the city. Number 5, the committee recommends approval and acceptance of the Homeless System Capacity Expansion Pilot Program Grant from Illinois Department of Human Services, Family and Community Services, provided to approved local continuum of care in the amount of $85,522. The grant does not require a cost match. The grant term is from November 1, 2025 to October 31, 2026. Number 6, the committee recommends approval of award of sole source contract to Flock Safety to Flock Group in the amount of $443,998.16. The contract duration is 1 year with 3 additional 1-year extension options. The funding sources are the Organized Retail Crime Grant and the Rockford Police Department Intel Unit budget. Number 7 is an award of RFP for actuarial services to the Nyhart Company of Indianapolis in the contract amount of $14,200 in year 1, $14,600 in year 2, $15,000 in year 3, and $15,400 in year 4. The contract duration is 1 year with 3 1-year extensions. The funding source is the Finance Department operating budget. Number 8 is an award of an RFP for investment management services to PFM Asset Management, an estimated annual amount of $69,500. The contract duration is 3 years with 2 1-year extensions, with the ability to terminate for convenience by either party at any time. The funding source is the Finance Department operating budget. I place those 8 matters before you.
Thank you. So, council, there's 8 items before us. Understanding that we'll probably have some discussion over item 6. Is there any council members who would be opposed if I just separate that item so we can move through items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8 and come back to 6? Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, if we could move through items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8, we'll come right back and discuss 6, probably a more robust discussion. Any discussion or questions on items 1 through 5 or 7 and 8? Alderwoman Meeks.
I just wanted to know for item number 2, what is the value of the vehicles being sold?
Director Haggerty?
The estimated value at auction is $7,000 each. That's where that number came from.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderman Toomberg?
This would go to Director Haggerty on the item number 8. Do you have just offhand what the city has gotten in revenue since we made this change a few years back offhand?
I do not, but the investment report will be presented next week. So we will give you through inception as of the end of 2025 next week.
Terrific.
It's like your Super Bowl, Alderman.
I love it.
We're excited.
And again, hats off to all the aldermen that were on council that made that decision, and Mayor, you as well. The city of Rockford was a big win for the city of Rockford. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Frost, did you have questions?
Oh, I again would commend our finance department for being able to negotiate such a great rate with that company. It's almost unheard of, and I mean, I've asked other people, actually in this room, whether or not, at a local level, whether they could match those rates, and they're not interested. Thank you.
Any other discussion on items 1 through 5 as well as 7 and 8? Clerk, could you please call the rolls just on 1 through 5 and 7 and 8?
Gerke. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomberg.
Aye.
Frost.
Aye.
Torina. Aye. Prunty. Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 14 ayes.
Excellent. Council, we have one item before us. That's item 6. Is there any discussion? Alderman Frost.
Sure. I was wondering if anyone on staff could, we heard some questions tonight, and if there's a possibility that some items could be addressed with respect to our own city of Rockford, which is what I'm most concerned about, internal policies and procedures that would ensure that any data or content is actually protected and not getting into the wrong hands.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Cagnoni and move to Chief Red.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Alderman. I know a number of you had the opportunity to speak to myself, Chief Red, Director Hammer, or the mayor over the last week to get additional information as it relates to our existing flock agreement, as well as this expansion of license plate readers and cameras at certain intersections that's under consideration tonight. I'll touch on a few points as we've reviewed this information and confirmed some of the questions asked, and certainly defer to Chief Red and Director Hammer for any additional clarification or follow-up questions that may not be appropriate for me. But one of the fundamental questions that we continue to receive is, whose data is this? And we like to answer that in a couple of ways. That, one, understanding that this data is owned and controlled by the city of Rockford under our agreement with Flock. But Flock does have the responsibility to maintain and protect our data. So individuals do not get the Rockford data without first going through the Rockford Police Department for their process and authorization. And certainly they have practices that are in place, as well as a general order under the chief's signature that sets forth how we manage and control those internal processes. And that includes, which is not uncommon with other police departments, a 30-day auto delete. But in addition to that, our team is auditing the searches within Flock, at least on a monthly basis, if not bi-weekly. There was earlier mentions regarding the Secretary of State and the audit that they completed. There was news related to that back in, I believe they began the audit in June of 2025, published some information in August of 2025. And indeed, they did audit a number of police stations within the city of Rockford, or I'm sorry, within the state of Illinois, and identified that data had been shared, and some of the concern was that in violation of the Trust Act. The secretary had asked the flock to put in place safeguards which would not allow for the data within the flock system to be shared with ICE or federal immigration efforts, and that was complied with on flock. There's been discussion related to, breach of flock, the data that is protected and, held on our behalf. There is no reported breach of data within the flock system. Just jumping back to the Illinois Secretary of State, I did also want to confirm that we did speak with leadership of the Secretary of State and confirmed our understanding of what took place during that audit. And it was, police departments had open data sharing logged within the system, and so a direction from the Secretary of the State was for the police departments to protect that or turn that off and make sure that they understood how their data was being shared, in addition to the request that the Secretary of State made to flock, and that flock changed. But, as it relates to some of the ownership or licensing agreements that we have with flock, they don't have licensing right to the Rockford data unless they are working to improve the system and directly have approval from the Rockford Police Department. And that data remains strictly under the city rules and state laws, as previously mentioned. Another common question that we've received is, under what circumstances can flock access or share information with other agencies? They can't. That is the responsibility of Rockford Police Department in regards to how data is going to be shared and to whom. And that includes, making sure that there's no misuse internally with the flock data, as well as how they are going to share data with other agencies in the state of Illinois. Another common question is, what changes were made after Illinois law violation, and what changes are in the contract? And it's reference to flock violating the law. It hasn't been demonstrated that flock violated the law. Per the earlier statements, what took place was police departments had opened their data and shared it with other agencies, arguably and understood to be in violation of the Trust Act and the steps that were taken to correct that. Is ICE Use Customs and Border Patrol pilot program still paused? Yes, there was a pilot that flock had facilitate, and that remains paused in addition to the other protections that were put into place. I'm going to hand it over to the chief a little bit to talk about some of the benefits that she has seen and her department has seen related to how flock has been utilized and how it's improved some of our crime reduction strategies.
Chief Fred?
Thank you. I do want to step back a little bit and just talk about some of our policies and procedures that are in place that has essentially made us a model agency, and that flock has shared out with other departments. City Administrator did mention the audits that are in place that take place on a regular basis. Also, I want to add that in regards to the grant that we're looking at tonight is from the Illinois Attorney General's office. So City Administrator covered a lot of that in regards to the audits that took place, but mind you, also Illinois is finding that flock is in compliance, And the grant that's on the docket tonight is from the Illinois Attorney General's office. Also, I'll touch real quick on some of the most heinous crimes that we see in the city of Rockford around our murder rate. In 2022, we signed on to a contract with Flock at the close of that year, and we were early on into that contract. Our solve rate for homicides was at 47% roughly. Since our implementation of the system and moving forward, 23, 24, and 25, our clearance rates for homicides has been 90% and higher. So, you know, it's important that you understand our only purpose, I won't say our only purpose, but our main focus is crime reduction and ensuring that we are equipped with the technology that we need to take the offenders into custody. I will say that our license plate readers is part of that puzzle. It's a big part of that puzzle. And it's proven instrumental. And I will add to that our robberies, our retail thefts, which is the reason why that's on the agenda tonight. This specific grant is to focus in the retail areas, and I will add to some of the more vulnerable areas that don't have the infrastructure or the technology in those particular areas. So we were intentional about what areas we're focusing on for this next grant. So, yeah, I think that's yeah. I just can't reiterate enough around our checks and balances that are in place. So, and we do not open share data. And when you think about, it was mentioned earlier, Mount Prospect, and how that whole thing came to play. I've done my research, I've done my homework. I will tell you right now, if this company was not a credible company, I would not look for the city to invest any money with them. Because when it's all said and done, I'm the individual that has to sit here and I have to answer for it.
Thank you. Other discussion, questions from council? Any other questions or council? Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank you, Chief, for, you know, responding to the questions and everything. There's lots of community feedback that has taken place since this was introduced. I have a few questions. I don't know what order I'm gonna kind of start with them, but I'd love for you to kind of divulge a little bit more about the City of Rockford's auditing process. How does that kind of work? How are you auditing the officers, and who's looking into the data?
We have an intelligence unit within the Rockford Police Department. Those audits take place there. There's a lieutenant that runs that unit. He has 2 civilian personnel that works in there with him, as well as 2 sworn officers. So every month, if not twice a month, they're in there auditing exactly who's running the license plate, checking the license plate readers, and why. I will add to you one thing that was not mentioned. Our information is only shared in the state of Illinois because it's turned on for the state of Illinois, because I know we are all governed by the Trust Act. We are compliant with the Trust Act. So if there's another agency that should reach out inquiring for information, my team will have to check the system for them. So our data is not out there for everyone to access.
So when it comes to the audit trail, we would be able to see who's asking for data, who's looked at data?
Yes.
From just our department, or?
From our department, because of the system that they have to run things through, yes.
Okay. So help me understand kind of the justification for the expansion of adding cameras.
Okay.
Because we have discussed crime being lowered, retail theft maybe getting better, I would have to assume, after having over 100 cameras over the course of 3 years. I would assume that things are getting better. Help me understand kind of where we got to the part where we needed to expand what we have.
So this is a grant that's offered through the Illinois Attorney General's office. We've done work with them before, and specifically it's around organized retail theft, where you have groups of individuals that come in and they operate. It's an entire industry that they operate within. And so the Attorney General's office is very specific about wanting to take those offenders in custody. I will be honest, they've done, and it's state lines has no boundaries with these individuals. They cross state lines. We work with Wisconsin, we work with Indiana, we work with Iowa, because these individuals will cross the state lines and commit these offenses. So in writing this grant, we noticed very specifically there were some areas that lacked the technology needed. So we looked at placing cameras in those specific areas. One area would be your North Rockton Avenue is one of the areas. West Riverside would be another. So there's multiple areas that we're looking to place those additional 27 cameras, license plate readers, I should say.
Do you find that the cameras that we already have placed are being utilized?
They're definitely being utilized, and I would say that would be a reflection in the crime data that I provided last week at the press conference.
Are there areas where the cameras are not being utilized as much as other areas?
To say not utilized as much, not necessarily, because when we search our system, we're searching our system. So we're not going in necessarily and checking for one particular location, we're checking the system as a whole.
So going into this, I got all the information, took a little bit, but I got all the information related to the policy and procedures. So I do have in front of me the general order from you, or from your department, I should say. How binding is this general order for Flock? Do they have to follow what we designate under the city?
Yes, they do. Angela, I don't know if you want to tap in at this point, or?
Director Hammer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, so the requirements that are in the terms and conditions of the contract, we have provisions in there that allows us to terminate the contract if we can show that Flock is violating the law. So we have some safety measures in there in the event that, there are allegations that Flock is violating the Trust Act, for instance, that would allow us to terminate the agreement.
Now what happens in the situation where I've read in articles where contracts have been terminated, but cameras never went away, and then cameras came back up?
I would have to look at the contract, but in our contract, they're required to essentially deactivate and remove the equipment.
And so I'll say it again. I came into this wanting to get the information as to how we as a city, what our policies and procedures were. And I was very pleased with what was laid out for me as regards to how we handle policy and procedures. I still have apprehensions. The word pause gives me pause, because I question how this company that is already violated, or, I hear what you were saying with regards to, did they violate? Was it just a matter of not training properly, where people didn't check a particular box and do exactly what they were supposed to do? So I'm curious to know the level of training, how many people are able to kind of access this information. Do we have a level of training for all of our officers? Is it only some officers? Can I ask that question?
Chief Fred?
Yes, all of our officers are trained. So it's not just certain ones, they're all trained.
Okay, so they all know not to just access data and you have to commit a crime, is that correct? Can you clarify that?
We primarily use our license plate readers for those we're looking for who have committed crime, also missing persons, silver alerts. So yes, we're not out looking
What's a silver alert?
Yeah, for a missing senior person or someone who, a loved one has called in and reported missing, or a medical care provider or what have you.
Okay, just one more.
You're good. Take your time. These are good questions.
Thank you. So, and this is something that has kind of come to me, related to just kind of that unsurety and the lack of trust. I'm sure that the department feels very confident in this technology. They have used it. It has helped them become so much more efficient in solving crime. So I can totally understand from your perspective why you would want to keep this, grow this. But with the unsurety of this company, it was asked if there was a potential of putting in a clause for damages if something were to happen, if they were to share information without being authorized to do so, or if there was some kind of issue that came into play. Is there something like that in place? And if not, is that something that we can put into this contract?
Thank you. Great questions. Director Hammer, do you know, I guess if you could address Alderwoman Meek's question.
Sure. I would have to review the contract specifically if there's a provision for damages, but if there's not a provision, it would constitute a breach, and then they are subject to liability for a breach.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Cagnoni?
If I may add to Director Hammer's comment, I believe there is a requirement for them to carry a $5 million policy related to what Director Hammer discussed.
Thank you. Alderwoman Meeks, did you have other questions?
No, not at the moment. Thank you so much.
Okay. Alderwoman Hoffman.
Thank you. I'd like to know, is there any way that ICE can come in and just take the information?
Chief Fred?
Let me add to that. So no, they can't come in and just take our data. I will add to that, that I've been very transparent as far as information that comes to me when I know that Homeland Security or there's some immigration enforcement that's taking place in our city. It's federal government. They don't have to tell me when they're coming in, but I've been as transparent as possible if information gets to me, and letting you all know when they are in town, and no, we have not participated in any immigration enforcement when they come to the city.
And there's no way for them to just come in and have access?
No, there is not.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? Alderman Toomberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Director Hammer and the chief for answering a lot of questions that I've had going back well before this became such a public item, and clarifying a lot of my questions. Chief, I know that even going back a few years back, and I wonder if you could elaborate on that, we know that sometimes police chases can cause danger, police pursuits can cause danger not only to the officer, but obviously to the person who's possibly committed a crime, but very importantly, innocent civilians that could be caught in the middle of that. I recall a bank up at Riverside and North Main, Chase Bank, maybe in the 12th Ward. And Chief, if you could elaborate on, if you're aware of, if you recall that incident where there was a vehicle description that was accurately given and how the police responded to that.
Chief Fred?
Looking at my team here because I don't know if we know which specific robbery you're referencing.
Okay. So, and I can't recall whether it was Chief O'Shea that was here at the time.
Well, I've been here for 27 years, so.
who was sitting in your seat.
Okay.
But the story given to me was that this individual had robbed the bank, fled in the car, and they were able to, between LPRs and cameras, able to track this person as they went through our city. My knowledge of the story is that they did not have to give high-speed pursuit, and this individual was apprehended within a block or so of the area where the car stopped. That just, I know there has been incidents in the past where innocent civilians have been injured or killed in some of these pursuits, and I just know that this is one of the tools that the police have to use to prevent that, so thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Torino.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Chief Red. I think my question is it possible for us to pursue another camera company? And if so, I'm not asking for you to have knowledge of every tech company on the market, but do you have knowledge that perhaps other companies have these similar types of issues? Or is this just a very flock-specific issue with data sharing
Chief Red?
that you know of?
So, I do not know if it's an issue with some other companies. I will add that we did have a different LPR company, and kind of when we made the transition to Flock, I wanted to compare apples to apples. And understandably, the questions that have come to the forefront now definitely were not an issue in 2022. But we did a comparison apples to apples with another LPR company, and Flock's, their LPRs performed much better.
I feel like Alderman Meeks kind of maybe alluded to this question, but should this vote not go through tonight? I mean, what will we do next? You know what I'm saying?
Chief Red?
Do we have to sort of like reinvent an entirely new system? Maybe I'm asking this. Let's just say this vote doesn't go through tonight, but we still need more cameras. I mean, that it doesn't negate the need for new cameras, right? There's another. The talking has to stop. We're being respectful to you. I need y'all to be respectful to us. So I guess what I want to know is. So I lost my train of thought.
So guys in the audience, really appreciate, we've all received a tremendous amount of engagement, really thoughtful engagement. Would just ask that you don't comment as audience members. Thank you.
Okay. Are other systems compatible with the current Flock cameras we have as well? I guess I'm trying to figure out what happens if this dies tonight. We still need new cameras, and we still have existing Flock cameras. So it's kind of like there's a lot of situations here that I'm trying to figure out what do we do next.
So there's the other cameras, LPR systems that are out there are not compatible with Flock. So if this does not pass tonight, you're definitely going to affect those areas that we were looking to put the additional cameras within. We are operating, or the funding would come from a grant. I'm sure what we submitted already, the grant window has closed on that. So I'm looking at my team. Do you guys know anything else? No? Okay. Yeah, so you would be back to the drawing board, I guess. We would be back at the drawing board to try and figure out how do you get, it wouldn't be through that grant, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cagnoni, did you want to add anything to that?
So thank you, Your Honor. I can add some clarification to the Alderwoman's question. You know, what before us this evening is an extension of an existing contract to add additional license plate readers and cameras. In spring of 2025, City Council approved a 4-year agreement with Flock with one two-year renewal option. So 6 years from 2025, including the renewal option for the existing license plate readers that are in place. So, absent direction from city council to terminate that agreement and cause with the organization, we would continue to have flock license plate readers throughout the community in their current locations. And just for full transparency, would also make sure that council recalls that, we do have contracts with other companies that provide license plate readers, specifically Axon, who is also our body worn cameras, our police officers, all our in squad cameras have license plate reader capability as well. That's utilized by our police department. Additional license plate readers that are not directly utilized by our police department would include those with our contractor ABM. Their contractor is Genetech. As you know, we have license plate readers when you go into our parking decks. We have parking control officers that drive in a number of different areas, and their vehicles are also fixed with license plate readers. I say all that so we fully understand the scope of all the license plate readers within our community and understand that, just the growing use of data, not only within the city of Rockford, but the country has recognized that we have used technology as an extensive tool. We have record management systems for our police department that holds a significant amount of sensitive data. We have other databases that include, for example, Health and Human Services with our LIHEAP services that we provide, our water utility related to every water account, the individuals associated with that, and some of the personal information that comes along with that. We take securing our data extremely sensitive and serious, and that's why we work with Director Hughes and our IT department, make sure that our cybersecurity insurance is in place, that we're following best practices related to cybersecurity. Could a breach take place? Absolutely. That's the world that we live in. With any of the databases that we have, we've seen breaches in regards to our health insurance or our providers on health insurance, but there's a process to protect that and protocols when those instances takes place. Again, fortunately, we have not seen Flock breached, their data breached at this time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Prunty.
Hi. Thank you. You answered a couple of my questions, because it kind of sounds like we kind of gave up our privacy a while ago, and that lots of people, not just us, but lots of people are utilizing cameras. Is that it's more than just the flock cameras? That's what I thought I heard. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, and I heard you mention some of the places, and I'm pretty sure that I know we have access to that information. Are there ones that maybe we, that aren't owned by us, but do we still have access to that information? In a sense, are we duplicating? I guess maybe that's.
Mr. Cagnoni?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm looking over there, but.
Yeah, no, you're great.
Thank you, Chairman, Alderwoman. I'm not certain I completely understand the question. I believe you're asking, is there hardware that we own?
That we don't own, but we have access to. Kind of like people do with the rings. It's like, oh, if you say you turn over your ring information, then somebody can look at it.
So in the specific contract with Flock, we don't own the hardware or the cameras. We own the data and control of the data.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Can I restate it, and you tell me if I am getting what? I think you have a really thoughtful question. I believe, and I'll use an example.
Okay.
If there's a license plate reader, let's say in a Walmart parking lot, do we have access to that license plate reader in Walmart parking lot? I'll believe what Alderwoman Prunty is saying is we don't own that station, that hardware, that probably contract. Do we have access to get it, or do we have relationships to get that, and is that duplicative?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Thank you very much.
Probably
Whoever
better
wants
for
that one, Mr. Kegner, or
I was going to defer that to the chief. She can
Chief
talk
Rudd?
about the existing programs that her department has.
So we are not duplicating, I guess, services or paying for dual access. We don't have license plate readers in private spaces, I would say. Now, we do have some companies in the city of Rockford that have their own license plate readers, but they're not ours, and we're not paying for them.
But do you have relationship with those people where if something were to happen in the people ended up on their space, could you, or travel through their space that was a part of what you were trying to discover? Do you have relationship with others where you can get that information?
Yes, we do.
any other questions, discussion? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. Similar question to Ms. Prunty. In regards to, I've heard that this is shared through the state? Correct. So the question that might come arise is anyone else within a different county, that, can track those that data is, within the state of Illinois, like say, Ogle County or Kane County can access Winnebago, like the city of Rockford, data in regards to flock.
Chief Ed?
Okay, so, all right. So yeah, that's a good question, because then, so how can we tell if someone else is looking at our data from another county or throughout the state of Illinois? I know there's audit trails, right, that we do. We make sure that we're monitoring who's accessing, the information on the readers. So I just wanted to see if there's anything in there that kind of is a control mechanism for that, right? I asked because, there's collaboration. I do think it's good in a sense where, I don't know, if I recall, the Ohio murder was caught here in Rockford or Winnebago County, of that kind of, collaboration from that standpoint. I don't know if the license plate reader was used to find that person and track that person down to the city of Rockford, right? And so, and I'm not saying that that's what happened, but somehow he was tracked back to here to Rockford, right? And so where I'm going with this is, what it takes a federal agency to look at that data. And I know you said it's only strictly on the Trust Act, and it's only for Illinois, purposes that we share that information. But, to make sure that no one else is using that data is my concern, right? And kind of trying to understand what controls we have in place, right? And I think that's one of the questions that a lot of ourselves are dealing with, right? And this particularly because of ICE, right? Let's just be frank, right? And, how do they track these folks? Obviously they have addresses, they have locations where they can track them, but I'm not saying that, they went in there and they tracked down that prospective license plates, because I heard ICE got in trouble flipping license plates and stuff like that through the state. But that is really the question, and I'm more concerned about the control aspect of it, right? How do we make sure that no one's reviewing our data? Because, let's be frank, there's counties out here, or sheriff's departments that, don't want to comply with the Trust Act, right? And so from my perspective, if like say, and I'm not saying they are or not, but say Ogle County, right? And they're pro, working with ICE and so forth. How do we, protect ourselves from that, right? That they go through Ogle County and go through Winnebago and now Kane County and so forth and so forth. So, is there a mechanism, or am I, thinking too far, that really doesn't make sense, but I'm just trying to see if there's a control in that perspective, to make sure that no other county or throughout the state of Illinois that might be more susceptible to working with ICE from this perspective, that kind of violates the Trust Act, from that perspective, that, they could access that data.
Okay, so I'm going to back up a little bit, because when you mention, and not get too granular, but you mentioned the Ohio murder. I can tell you that the agency investigating the case in Ohio, they reached out to the Rockford Police Department, so they didn't have access to our data. So essentially, we worked with them on that case. Now, once again, when I say our controls are on for the state of Illinois, I would like to believe everyone's going to follow the Trust Act. I'm definitely responsible for the Rockford Police Department. If you follow the news around the license plate readers, there's another agency that terminated an officer last week. Our policy says that you will be disciplined if you're found in violation up to and including termination. With that, with our audits, we do look for who else is accessing our data outside of Rockford. Because if I've got another agency that's running plates consistently, it's like, what are you looking for? We're not above or beyond being able to reach out to them and find out what is this about. We have the ability to turn it off and it just be the city of Rockford. That's something we can do as well.
Alderman Thunberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Hammer, I guess this would be towards you. As many times we sit in council, we have to kind of remind ourselves that sometimes it feels like we're on another planet, but we're not. And we're in Illinois, and I know that there has been individuals that have talked about incidents in Texas or Tennessee, what have you. Would you elaborate or agree, what have you, with Illinois, to my knowledge, is one of the strictest states, if not the strictest state, with laws pertaining to this issue. And if those laws are broken, obviously there's a reason we have laws. And so those individuals breaking the laws of Illinois would face consequences. Is Illinois, to your knowledge, one of or the strictest state in the union when it comes to this topic?
Director Hammer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Related to the prohibition on law enforcement agencies assisting with immigration enforcement, or is that what your question is directed at in terms of the strict?
As far as the sharing of data when it comes to the issue at hand here, i.e. flock.
Yes, so Illinois is one of a handful of states that I would say has more strict laws regarding this data and sharing of information.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Wrote down a few questions here. Just first want to say thank you to all of the residents who have shared your thoughts around this item tonight. Those who've called, texted, emailed, stopped us in the grocery store, all of the things. And also who showed up tonight, a packed house here in the chamber, and just have to say, would love to see more individuals show up like you all did today on a more consistent basis. But back to the item, I wrote down a few questions here while hearing all of the each perspective of my colleagues here. Chief, how many flock cameras do we currently have in the city of Rockford?
We have 130 license plate readers.
Okay. And how many murders have, if you do know this, how many murders have been solved with the help of flock in the last, I guess, maybe year, since we've seen a decrease in?
I'd say consistently every homicide that we've had, where we know there was an individual that fled in a vehicle, flock has been utilized.
Okay. Do we have stats on increased retail thefts across our community? I know that this proposal before us is specifically to expand cameras for retail, or areas with retail.
Yes, we have seen an increase in retail thefts.
Do we have any specific numbers around that?
I don't have them on hand right now.
Okay. I guess to that, wrote down a few more. And this may be for Director Lies or Mr. Cagnoni around our retail stores and specifically grocery stores as an advocate for trying to recruit more retail development, as an advocate for trying to recruit a fresh market grocery store on the west side of Rockford. I've had several conversations with the store managers at Save-A-Lot on Central and West State around retail theft. But Mr. Cagnoni or Chief or Director Lies, have you seen an impact on retail or grocery store recruitment as it relates to maybe the talks around the city of Rockford's increased retail thefts? Has it put a burden on you all as this administration is seeking bringing forth more retail development?
Mr. Cagnoni, and then Director Lies, if you want to add?
I'll state on my experience. I think Dr. Liza's experience would be good as well. And, you know, in my communication with retailers, certainly crime, retail crime has been a concern related to their overall operations, no doubt about it. Have, in our conversations with potential retailers, have they specifically mentioned that as being a barrier to advancing retail and or grocery store? I have not heard them specifically state that. Not that it isn't a concern when they do their research, I haven't heard them say it directly, but definitely have heard our existing retailers concerned about retail theft.
Director Lies?
I would concur with what he said, and I would just add that if, you know, in trying to attract, we first have to look at shopping patterns, incomes, traffic patterns, all those sorts of things. But if we had all of that in place and were not able to show robust methods of engaging with the retail community and what the efforts are in providing safety and those sorts of things, it would be, so maybe they're not mentioning it right now, but it'd be the second wave of questions that they're thinking about. So it's definitely part of the planning attraction process.
Thank you. Chief Red, did you want to add something to that?
I do have the data where there was a 75% increase in retail theft from 2024 to 2025.
Thank you. No more comments from the audience, otherwise we're going to have to start asking you to leave, and no one wants that, so please, no more comments. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Prez, you can keep talking, and we're going to ask you to leave.
I reclaim my time.
You can sign, any resident can sign up to speak. With that, we're going to, guys, we're not going to have all the conversation from the audience. We're going to start asking you to leave, and I don't want that. Mr. Bell?
I'm interrupted again, can you please?
We'll go back to Alderman Bell.
All right. Chief, was there, well, I guess I'll go bit. Oh, I'll wait. That's fine, I will wait.
Alderwoman Hoffman?
I mean, I do want to.
You want me to circle back to you?
No, I'd like to, okay. Sure. It's fine.
Alderwoman Hoffman?
I think this might have been answered, but I just want to make sure. We know that Flock is on pause for some things. Would we know very quickly if they broke that pause?
Great question. Would that go to Director Hammer, or would it, so we're going to take a step back. Chief, a question was just asked that Flock is on pause with a federal program, I believe Alderwoman Hoffman is referring to. Would we know, the question is, would we know if that pause stops and that partnership continued or changed in some material way? Is that
And
fair?
about how quickly, I mean, would we know quickly or 3 years later?
Understood. I don't know if that's a question for you, Chief Rudd, or for Director Raymond.
I feel safe in saying that if it did go off pause, the Illinois Secretary of State they were clear in their statement with the audit that was done. Thus, Illinois was removed from that. So if it resumed, I feel confident in saying Illinois would not be part of that. Because they were clear in what they wrote out.
So Illinois would not allow, even if somebody else does, Illinois would not allow it.
Correct.
Alderman Bell, I'm going to go back to you after you got in. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine, thank you. Just a few more, Chief. Was this a part of a 1, 3, or 5-year strategy for the police department?
In regards to increasing license plate
Expanding the
readers?
program?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there a time frame or deadline in accepting the grant from the Attorney General's office?
I'm looking at my phone.
So give us a minute, we'll get you an answer. No, you're good. It's a good question. Mr. Cagnoni?
Chairman, thank you. I believe I can answer this question, and certainly the chief can correct me. I will state that it's not uncommon for the state of Illinois to be behind in regards to the providing of the documentations and implementation of grants, but the grant was effective from July 1st, 2025, and in June 30th, 2026. So the premise is, should council approve this, then it would be eligible under the grant time period.
Can I just add a
Sure,
question,
yeah,
maybe for clarity? Mr. Cagnoni, are you stating, which we've often seen, that you have to expend those dollars by June 30th or whatever you stated in 2026?
I believe that to be the case, and as it currently is stated, we would be in compliance with that grant period.
Thank you. Alderman Bell, did that help clarify it?
Yeah, and I guess, I believe I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. We've already been given a green light for this grant. Now we're voting to expend via contract. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Where was I at here? Okay, thank you for that. And then, obviously, sworn in May 5th, these cameras were already in our community. So I'm speaking from that perspective here. Was the initial vote for the current, was the initial vote for the current full amount of flock cameras that we currently have on today? Whenever the vote was, maybe 3 years ago? I'll ask it again. Yeah. Was the initial vote for providing the flock cameras, or installing the flock cameras in our community, was that for the full amount of the flock cameras? I believe you said over 100.
I believe she said 130. I believe
130.
There's been expansions of that network.
Thank you. And, do you guys have a breakdown of the phased approach that you've, I guess, taken? Like, what was the first batch, second, maybe third?
Yeah, we certainly have all of that. We can absolutely get it if they don't.
Yeah, it doesn't have, yeah.
Mr. Cagnoni?
I don't believe either the chief or I have all the specifics in regards to all the number of cameras that was in each contract, but the original contract was in 2022. and then expanded again in 2025, as well as the new contract for the extension that I articulated earlier, and then this is the 2026 expansion. This for Flock. Obviously, we've had license plate readers going back prior to that date, but it was under different companies.
Thank you. All right. Is there currently a plan in place for expanding further than these 25 Flock cameras? We talked about, I asked a question earlier about, was this in a 1, 3, or 5 year strategic plan? I just want to know, have not seen that plan, would love to talk more about that. But is there currently a plan in place for expanding further than these 27?
Not currently.
Okay. Then my last question?
Yeah.
Maybe. Sorry. This obviously has raised a significant amount of concern, debate, all of that, right? I do want to ask, have we consulted with our Community Relations Commission on this item?
Good question. I don't believe the Flock cameras specifically have went to the Community Relations Commission. I know since we've had it, our police department has went and met with the Community Relations Commission and provided updates where I know they've discussed license plate readers, but specifically Flock, no, I can't recall that was an item at Community Relations Commission.
Okay, I will say the Community Relations Commission has done, I think, an awesome job over the last 5 years now, since 2020, 2021, in providing an opportunity. Some are laughing, I'm very serious, when it comes to providing an opportunity for individuals in our community, residents in our community, to have conversations with other community members. And then for that commission to obviously talk with the subject matter experts from the city and have deep dialogue, and where aldermen can come in and also be a part of those conversations, in a public meeting prior to the vote taking place. In light of some of the I would say, frustration with city council rules stating that there are only 5 slots to speak, I am going to make a motion that we lay this, or send this item to Community Relations Commission, and then hopefully bring it back so that our community can have deeper dialogue around this. So if I could make that motion, I could formalize it, but would like to.
You've made it, I believe.
Turn that to.
So you've made the
Director Hand.
motion. Let me restate it, and Alderman, you let me know if I've got your motion accurate. So Alderman Bell is making a motion to send item 6 back to the Community Relations Commission for them to review and have a dialogue with the community and provide guidance to this body. So it would go to Community Relations Commission and then back to the City Council. Do I have your?
Yes, it wouldn't go back to committee, it would go to council.
That's
Yep.
Community Relations Committee to Council.
Perfect, yep.
The only thing I would ask is, and then I'll ask Mr. Cagnoni, is there would need to be some time frame in your motion, my recommendation, just because if you wanted to take advantage of the grant dollars, there's only so much time.
Right.
I know June seems like a ways away, but it's coming quick. Is that, Mr. Cagnoni, what you were going to reference as the timing of it?
I would provide a little bit of a clarification. I believe you're making a motion to lay the item over, as well as refer it to the CRC for their discussion and input. And then there should be a time frame with the layover.
Alderman Bell, did that satisfy your thoughts?
So I would ask, when is the next CRC meeting? No, they just met, I'm sorry.
We just met.
They just met, but.
I don't know it all.
It may be in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, right? Second Thursday? Oh, March 12th. So we could lay this over for the week after March 12th, if that's a city council day. If not, it would be the last Monday, I believe, in March.
So Chairman. The next, I got my calendar up, so today's the 2nd, which is a regularly scheduled city council meeting. If CRC's on Thursday, March 12th, that would be next week, and then March 16th would be the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. So it would be a layover to the next council meeting.
So essentially, 2-week layover and providing an opportunity for CRC, the commission that we have voted to support, and for our residents to have a space and a platform to speak. Yep.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. There is no second. Is there a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Now there's discussion. We're going to go with Alderman Frost and Alderwoman Trina, then Alderman Salgado.
Course through the Finance Committee meeting, if our legal director could just tell us how the power would be to send it back to a non-binding commission that's not a committee of the city.
Director Hammer.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if I understood the motion correctly, I think the motion is for a layover and the recommendation that the Community Relations Commission add this item to their agenda at the next meeting for input and consideration.
And I just don't know if that's within the parameters of our I don't have the text of the Community Relations Commission in front of me, what auspices and what areas it looks at, but I don't know if really, I've never known it to look at an issue where we're spending money in excess of $25,000, which requires the approval of the Finance Committee.
If I may.
Yeah, of course.
I know the Community Relation Commission had subcommittees related to body-worn cameras and those types of recommendations, so I'll see if I can pull the ordinance up to see if this was be within its purview.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Trina.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was like a little more clarification about once this does go to the Community Relations Commission, like what sort of data would come back to this council? Would it be a report? Would it be a vote? What does that look like as far as us to be able to take whatever information was gathered so that we could use it well? What does that look like? I've actually never attended one of those meetings.
Yep.
If you could remind me, Mayor, how many individuals are even on that committee?
Yep, there's 11 individuals appointed by the city of Rockford to the Community Relations Commission. They have looked at a host of items, some that, and they provide us an annual report. They have looked at, from their beginnings, use of force policy, where they provided us, I believe, 17 to 19 different recommendations, and I believe this body took 15 or 16 or 17 of those recommendations and put them into our policy. They have looked at everything from mental health concerns throughout our community to housing concerns in our community, a host of different matters. They did look at body-worn cameras at one point, but those are items that they look at. I do not know, and I'm not going to speak for Alderman Bell on what information you would like them to provide to you.
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, would love to have our community, the residents of this community have an opportunity to publicly share on a public meeting here in the chambers their concerns with our commission, but also any alderman who wishes to come and listen on that day, or watch virtually if they cannot make it, to better understand residents. I know that we've all been certainly inundated with emails and calls, and would certainly like more time for our community to have a voice in this matter, as it's been, I mean, we've had several controversial items in the last few weeks. And I would say that even over the McDonald's, I've had way more conversations around Flock than I have the McDonald's. So would love to have an opportunity for our community to have a voice in this platform.
So just so I can try to take what you're saying, don't want to change it. I want it to be true to your thoughts. Getting back to Alderwoman Trina's thought, provide a space, being the first you're asking for a layover. Second, you're asking for the Community Relations Commission to hear from the police department about the use of license plate readers, and also at that have an opportunity for more residents to share publicly their thoughts and concerns over it, and then have that body send you all some information. That's the only part I'm waiting on you, what that
Certainly.
information should.
Yeah, so that body has a chairman, and that body can come up with an agreed-on consensus as minutes to provide Director Lies, City Administrator, your administration, and this body with their perspective from all of the comments that were shared with them on that evening. That's one, but also I would like to note, I mean, I think we have at least done this when it came to the Historic Preservation Commission months ago, and pushing back to get more insight from those subject matter experts that, again, this body appoints to that commission. So, yeah, just, I mean, we're in no rush, like it was stated, that, you know, we're not in a rush to provide more time for our community to have a voice. And so I think the Community Relations Commission that we have, and appointed 2 new individuals on that commission just tonight, that they would have an opportunity to hear from our community.
Okay, so we have this up for, we have a motion, we have a second for a layover. And then the recommendation would be to provide an update from our police department to the Community Relations Commission about our use of license plate readers. At that same meeting would be an opportunity for residents to come and state their thoughts about license plate readers and the use of that technology in our community. Do I have it fair? And that they would provide us the minutes and what they received at that meeting.
Yes, the same way they did with the body cameras. So, yes.
Director Hammer, I think it's changed a touch from a direct send to, and that being it, to a layover with a request to have our team go there, which I think would fall in line with what they do, as opposed to what I believe Alderman Frost and I took as the initial of sending the item directly there and then back. I've repeated it, and I think initially I would agree with you, Alderman Frost, that you can't do that. But Director Hammer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, that's my understanding, and based on my review of ordinance section 11-43, subsection C, which outlines the functions of the Community Relations Commission, it would be appropriate for them to weigh in on this matter. One of their areas of purview is to assist city departments in establishing and maintaining good community relations and to serve all segments of the community in an equitable and professional manner.
Excellent. So, Council, we have a motion, we have a second. The motion is to lay this item over with the recommendation that the police department provides an update to the Community Relations Commission regarding the use of license plate readers and towards our public safety efforts in the city of Rockford. At that same meeting, the community would have an opportunity to provide their feedback to the Community Relations Commission, to which then the Community Relations Commission would have to very quickly turn that information around, including meeting minutes and additional information to the City Council.
Yes.
Am I getting it?
Perfect, sir.
I'm never going to be able to repeat that. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there discussion on the motion? I have Alderman Bonney and I have Alderman Salgado. I'm sorry, I'm coming right back to you. Alderman Bonney and then Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to correct the comparison to what happened with the Preservation Commission and the Elks, it was the Elks Club. This body did not refer anything to the Preservation Commission for its recommendation. The Preservation Commission took it upon itself to place an item on the agenda that resulted in the meeting occurring in council chambers, actually against advice of staff, because the Preservation Commission wanted to make its opinion known to the council. So the council did not refer anything back. I don't disagree with the layover, but I think what the public really wants is to be able to have a hearing in this chamber before us, not before another body. And that I don't know why we wouldn't, if we're going to lay it over, just schedule a public hearing. I think the mayor inadvertently, I think, hit on something, is if we're not prepared to make a decision, why would the Community Relations Commission be prepared in that short timeline to make a recommendation to us? And if we've only laid it over until the 16th, then they're going to, and they want more time to consider it themselves, then we're going to have to lay it over again. So I don't, Director Hammer, I believe we have a 30, if we were to have a public hearing, is there a 30-day notice requirement?
I would have to look at that. I don't know under what authority the public hearing would be held. Typically, it's required by statute for the Joint Review Board and annexations and so forth, but I can't think of a mechanism by which a public hearing would be appropriate on this item. So that I can look into that more and get back to the board, the council.
Thank you. I think that would be the better option, that we lay it over for a longer period of time and let the director research whether we can have the public speak to us directly rather than have it filtered through another body. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's not related strictly to the layover itself, but I'd like a clarification if I can now, or do I have to wait? My question that I have is for Chief Red. She mentioned, through the state of Illinois, they did an audit. They found out that it was open to everybody, essentially, and sharing the information. But then it was also mentioned that the city of Rockford could also shut it off. Is that a true statement, not a true statement within the system itself?
Chief Red.
So let me back up. The state of Illinois was not open for sharing per se. It was that agency. So I want to clarify that. In regards to Rockford itself not being able to share, we could turn it off, and Rockford would be the only one that had access to our data. But right now, we share within the state.
So, if I may extend this, so similar to the Ohio, just like I brought it up, we can't share it with other states. They had to come in and ask for participation, correct?
Yes.
We could share if we wanted to, but we do not.
Right. No,
Correct.
that's what I'm saying. So similar situation would occur in any other incident where, unfortunately, there would be more paperwork, more phone calls, and having that conversation whether we're allowing them to access our data by county to county per se, because the city of Rockford, is the only municipality that is going to be able to look at that information. No one else will be. Is that correct? What I'm saying? All right. So so that could be a fix. I don't think that is. And the only reason why I think we're in this situation, and let's be honest, right? It's because, we've had ICE incidents where this has occurred, right? And so not necessarily does that mean that all these individuals are criminals or that they're going after, right? From that perspective. And so having access to that information, right, almost seems like an infringement on someone's privacy, right? And so, so where I'm going with this, I don't know, that could be a solution. I don't know what the ramifications are if we would be in violation, if we're not open to sharing that throughout the state of Illinois, because that's been mentioned, right, that this is shared throughout the state of Illinois. I don't know if there's a violation, but I would think that we would be quasi to make that determination whether we shut it off completely and just keep it within the city of Rockford, right? And so I don't know if there's a state statute that says that if we have this flock reader license by state law, you know, we have to keep that button that says share with the state of Illinois. So, but I just make it seem like that could be a solution to this.
My understanding, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Alderman Salgado, and my understanding that what you just said is really you would like to see it just shared with City of Rockford, not with the state of Illinois.
Yeah, and if we get requests from outside saying, hey, we really need access to this because there's an Amber Alert, there's a silver, whatever you mentioned, there's someone's out there on the loose and we really need to catch this guy, it goes to the City of Rockford, they say, okay, here's the paperwork, whatever they have to fill out, or, you know, whatever triggers it, right? And then you make that determination, your department makes that determination, and that goes from there. But I don't know, that's just, I make it sound so simple. I don't know if it is or not, but just wanted to make that recommendation if that's a possibility.
I think
For the
that
public,
is a-
general public.
Yes, I think that is absolutely a possibility. Alderman Bell, and then Alderman Beach.
I'll yield over to, he can.
Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to thank the chief, the confidence that we've placed in her to bring us information to help keep this community safe. And the training our officers go through to be among the finest. And if we are going to take that decision away from her, essentially, although we know from previous discussions that the recommendation can come in, the final is in her hands. If we're going to send it to the commission, then I would imagine we as a council ought to formulate the 5, 6, 8, 27 questions that we didn't get answered here tonight in a form, so when that commission convenes, these are the 15 things we want answers to. And I mean, I've listened for almost an hour better, and it seemed like every question that came up from an alderman was answered by the authority over all of this. You've got the mayor and we've got the chief. As far as I'm concerned, not that any of us is not fallible, we trust this person to give us credible information. And I'm just simply saying, for one, I feel safer in our community.
Stop commenting in the audience. Seriously, we're going to start asking people to leave.
It's not polite, really, to be honest with you. Wait.
All right, knock it off. You're going to be asked to leave? You are being asked to leave.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They work for us. The city works for us. The police work for us.
Nobody wants this. No one wants this. They work for us. No one wants this. We're under surveillance.
Aren't we listening to them when they work for us? They are listening to us.
Surveillance is not safety. Surveillance is not safety. They are surveillance is not.
It's already too late. Nobody trusts Flock. Nobody trusts Flock.
You're going to be asked, just...
Do it. I'll see myself out, because you don't listen to us anyways. I thought you were for us.
Have them take me out, that's fine, Tom. Nobody trusts Flock, it's too late. It doesn't matter whether Flock does or doesn't violate this or that.
Alderman Bonnie, there's a motion to recess. We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed?
No.
Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to recess.
Turkey.
Chief Red, can you have Mr. Perez?
All these white people spoke for after, all throughout the meeting. I thought I could talk now.
Durkee. Durkee. No. Logeman. No. Toomberg.
No.
Frost.
No.
Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. I'm sorry, what was that? Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
No.
10 ayes, 4 noes. I'm sorry. Opposite. 4 ayes, 10 noes.
All right, we're back here. All right. Alderman Salgado, did you have, okay. Alderman Bell, did you have additional questions?
Yeah, can you remind us where we're at, please?
We have a motion and we have a second on your amendment. On your motion to layover, I should say. Alderman Bonnie, then Alderwoman Meeks.
Actually, was Alderman Beach done before he was interrupted?
Alderman Beach, would you like us to get, do you have additional questions? Okay. Alderman Beach, would you like to share some of those thoughts? Okay. Alderman Bonner.
I would like to make a motion to amend the amendment to separate the two questions so that we are voting on the motion to lay over separately from the motion to refer it to the Community Relations Commission.
Director Hammer.
I don't believe there's a mechanism by which council can refer it to the Community Relations Commission. It's just as a request that the Community Relations Commission would hear this item in the meantime.
So you, council would just be voting on a motion to lay over for 2 weeks. We will also, based on Alderman's request, refer it to the Community Relations.
I would like to make a motion to have that be done as two separate votes, so that we're voting to lay it over separately from we're voting.
Just say, I don't think you need to vote on it. Now that I've had an alderman request it, we're going to provide them the opportunity as I would any of you. So you're not voting on it. Is there
So we are only voting on laying it over?
Yes, you are. Yes.
But it will get
brought to the Community Relations Commission based on Alderman's request.
Unless we don't lay it over.
Unless you don't lay it over, then it will not be brought to the commission. You're correct. Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. Just really quick, how much would $111,000, how many cameras would that supply us?
Chief Red, there's a microphone right there if you...
So it's in the packet, you're at 27 license plate readers and 7 intersection cameras.
And that's the whole 111?
It's 110,999. It's
And was there, I thought I saw, maybe I'm conflating the two different proposals in 25 and then the one now. There was like a $250,000 sum in total. I thought there was a certain portion coming from the grant, and then the rest was coming from the Intel operating fund.
correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, do we know if this grant is continuing through 2029, I think is how long this contract lasts for?
So what happens is they typically open the grant every year.
Okay, so it's standard that it's here every year. Okay, all right. I don't have any more questions. I do want to call the question, though.
Okay, call to question, motion to lay over for 2 weeks. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Durkee.
This is to vote on the layover for 2 weeks.
Logeman. Toomberg. No. Frost.
No.
Torino. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
So it fails for a lack of a majority?
I have 8 to 7.
Oh, okay.
Wait, that can't be right. No, 1, 2, 6, 7.
It's 7-7, I.
It is, yes.
And it
7.
fails for a lack of a majority. Okay, so we're back. We have, is there any discussion on the item before us? Alderman Bell.
I may be new to this, but just wanted to ask, are you able to vote on that, sir?
You can, and
You're not.
there's a lack of a majority, and I'm not voting on it.
You,
Is there any discussion before?
Yeah.
Alderman Bell.
So, I'm not going to speak out of emotion. We're here for business. So I would just say, that was, and obviously it failed. But again, to reiterate what that was, is to give our community, who obviously you saw here tonight, want to have more conversations around this. It failed. I will note, after going through all of the numbers, this is the smallest investment in flock for this body over the last few years in 27 cameras. I just want the community to know that there are individuals who want to hear more of you, and so I would say continue to show up and share your perspective. Thank you.
Alderwoman Meeks.
Sorry, I do have to ask about the motion because I'm just a little bit confused. And maybe it's because this is in motions and resolutions, but when we took the Barbara Coleman vote and you broke the tie, they didn't talk about the 8 votes at that point. I just want to understand why it's being discussed now.
So during the Barbara Coleman vote, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Hammer, I did not need to vote. I chose to vote.
Okay,
Thank
so you choose not to vote. That's what you said. You choose not to vote this time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Alderman Toomberg.
Thanks,
then
Mayor. I
Alderman
just
Salgado.
want to ask one more time that, Chief, has this helped deter crime in our community?
Could you repeat that? I didn't have your mic.
Unequivocally, yes.
Thank you. This, and Director Hammer, Illinois has one of, if not the strictest laws in the union when it comes to this kind of information that is provided by Flock getting out to other parties. Penalty with prosecution by law.
Director Hammer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, that's correct. Illinois and a handful of other states have what are considered more strict than average laws regarding these types of data collection and breaches.
But let me just make sure I'm clear on this, that the Secretary of State has a lawsuit against Flock, but this grant is coming from, with a recommendation, per se, of their support from the Illinois Attorney's General Office.
I don't know that the Illinois Secretary of State filed a lawsuit. They conducted an audit of law enforcement agencies in the state of Illinois to determine which agencies, if any, were sharing data with the federal agencies.
Okay, so the Secretary of State has had issues with Flock, but the Attorney General of our state, that office, is behind this grant to our police department.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go back to my recommendation. I hope that Chief Red, would be able to shut it off and just limit to the city of Rockford at this point in time being, based on the circumstances that from the different state of Illinois audit, sharing with other agencies when, violating the Trust Act and so forth. I just think that due process is very, you need a search warrant, you go get a search warrant. I'm not an attorney like Frost, Alderman Frost, but I would think that that's the proper mechanism to do that in order to enter someone's home or ask for a subpoena through the court. You furnish the information or whatever the case may be. I feel the same situation in these instances when they need information about individuals or license plate in this case, whether the police department can make that decision whether it's a legitimate, just like I mentioned, the Ohio murders here and there, whatever the Savannah Guthrie, in Arizona, whatever the case may be. I think that's the discretion up to the police department to make that decision. But I think that would be the easiest solution at this point in time, because then we know for sure 100%. The only individuals that are touching that information is our own department, our police officers, and that's it. And we can certainly go from that direction. Do I think that it's a crime reducer? Absolutely. You see it with Amber Alerts, Silver, whatever. It makes sense, right? But at the same time, like I said, I keep saying this, is the sharing with other agencies that are causing some of the things nationwide, right? And I think that's what really spurred this and this conversation, which I think is great. Now going forward, where's Homeland Security, this, that, how do we define that and break it down? It's good. It's a great problem to have. No one's perfect from that perspective, but I do hope that we can make that recommendation because that will certainly help this go forward. Thank you.
I just want to add with that, just be mindful if we come to that point where we're not sharing with anyone, that's reciprocated, so no one would share with us. As we've had individuals wanted for various crimes flee Rockford, and we have to reach out as well and share information in regards to suspect vehicles, things of that nature, and we want them to help us look for those offenders as well.
Thank you. Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. So had this gone to Community Relations Commission, some of the questions that I feel like I would have posed to them would have been, we talked about the damages clause and the potential of punitive damages. A question that I did pose prior was the location of the cameras. And I did make that request to you, Chief. Have you been able to secure that information to share with even just the active alderman?
Chief Rudd?
So I do have that information. I have some concerns for investigative purposes as they have been instrumental in helping us solve crime and reduce crime in the city of Rockford. So per our conversation, I still need to follow up with legal around that.
Yeah, I just, with it being in a public place, I don't quite understand why we can't know where the public cameras are. So I will say that again, and I'll wait until we can get release of that information, because I feel like we've earned our seats, and I should be trusted just as much as we trust you. So therefore, that information would be very helpful, because the comments are these consolidated in certain areas? And so in order for me to review that, I would need to know where the cameras are. Potential of independent auditing, if there is another company or anyone that goes outside of Rockford that does review the audit list, that is potential. Just being a little bit more public with the transparency as regards to the reporting and data sharing limitations and kind of what we saw or what some of us saw in the general order, just shared a little bit more publicly. And then the potential of shortened retention period. So right now, we're sitting at 30 days. There are other communities that have limited that to 21 days. Other communities that have limited it all the way down to 14 days. So I don't know how that benefits or hurts an organization, but those are the things that I would have liked for the Community Relations Commission to review before we continued with this organization. And I just want to clarify, you said it as well, we weren't talking about these things in 2022. We didn't have the information that we had. I don't even know in 2025, in May, when we approved the additional cameras, if we knew kind of some of the information as well. And so now that we know, people are moving differently. And so I would have loved to have this opportunity for all of the feedback that has come from this community to every single one of us, I'm sure of it, for them to really have an outlet to share those feelings. And I think it's unfortunate that we did not approve it here on council alone, and I also really think it's unfortunate that you did not vote. Thank you.
Alderman Bell?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with many of the things that Alderwoman Meek said. I will just say, if we are going to appoint individuals in this community to serve on a volunteer basis, monthly, taking time away from their family, taking time away from work, what have you. It's already hard enough to recruit. I think this again signifies, right, we talk about pushing away developers. This pushes away volunteers in our community that want to be a part, and matter of fact, that have put their name out there on a huge platform to advocate for their community. You know, I certainly will be looking into how we can better utilize our awesome commissioners on Community Relations Commission. Have been very engaged with their chairman and several of their members, and super excited about the new members that will be joining, specifically around addressing food insecurity and having more conversations with Director Lies about housing. And so, you know, certainly working on that. And I think that, you know, what it seems like is that we're maybe giving them different priorities, which is fine, but I think that this body needs to come to a consensus around what we utilize our commission for. And things change, right? So in 2020, 2021, when the previous council created the commission, from what I understood at that time as you know, just a resident and not on city council, that there were conversations specifically around use of force and increasing technology for our men and women in blue, who, first off, I had to say thank you for all that you all do to keep our city safe. I understand also that there's a lot of political controversy around conversations like this, and I'd just be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our men and women in blue, and also that I do support, but how we support is very important when it comes to preventative and reactive investment to reduce crime. So, I mean, I don't think I want to share more about how disappointed I am and not having one more opportunity in a few days for our residents to have conversations with the appointed body that, again, that we appoint. But as a suggestion, and I highly recommend that in order to not waste people's time, that we really look at how we utilize that commission. As I've heard from several of their members, that, you know, they're just on the commission because they've been asked to be, and they want to engage further. But I'd also add as a suggestion that we look at the makeup of that, or the priorities of the commission, and reprioritize maybe what they ought to do with their time around this horseshoe. So again, I do support continuing to invest in technology to reduce crime in this community. especially around the retail areas, that we've seen an increase by 75%, as Chief alluded to earlier. And also, again, as an advocate to recruit development and retail and a grocery store to the west side, I don't see how I could not support this. However, now the question becomes, are we going to prioritize the people that we appoint to commissions in this city? So, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bonnie?
Point of order. Can we restrict the comments, please, Ms. Parliamentarian, to the ordinance instead of editorializing?
Director Hammer?
Thank you, Your Honor. The comments should be germane to the issue before the council.
Alderman Bonnie?
Thank you, Mayor. I've spoke not to procedural issues on this and not the underlying issue. And I just want to make sure that my support for a motion to reconsider, or rather layover, is not construed as not supporting the underlying issue. I think Alderman Beach, before he was interrupted, made a very good point about respecting the recommendation of our chief, and our chief made a very good point about her reputation being on the line with this decision. But at the same time, so is ours. I mean, we're here to approve the chief's and the administration's recommendation and to lay it over for 2 weeks so that we're not taking that recommendation lightly, so that everybody can have a little more time to offer input or consider their opinion, I don't think was unreasonable. But I think at the end of the day, the chief has made very valid arguments for why we should approve this, and I do support that. I just didn't think it was unreasonable for us to deliberate for 2 more weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Trina?
Thank you. Can we please have, I'm asking if both our communications from the city level could give us talking points, because I would like to respond to the many emails that I did receive from the residents. Also, I think it would be based off the amount of public opinion that has been expressed, the police department to also put out a statement with just some of the points that, you know, answer some of these questions that the community is asking about. I think I wanted to offer that suggestion. I think that'd be great as another layer of transparency to offer to the residents as well.
So we will certainly be able to do that, and I think we could also put out like a frequently asked questions, as well as, and that will probably grow with more and more questions. And I also don't think it stops us from going to the Community Relations Commission with this item, even on a broader context.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Wilkins?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've read a lot about the grant pretty much sustaining this program through 2029. Can you give us some context on the sustainability of this center after this grant is over, or the unit budget is over in 29?
Chief Fred?
So we are having some internal conversations in regards to how much we continue to participate in. As I mentioned earlier, there's no conversation around expanding the license plate readers at this point. So we look internally to see where we're getting the best bang for our buck. And I will tell you, prior to this grant ever being on the table, we had monies allocated for license plate readers. So it's not fully sustained by grants.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman.
So we're not going to have comments. You're going to be asked to leave. Could we please escort the gentleman? Thank you.
How do you know that you check the don't share button on the software and then it just works? So how do you know they're going to obey that little check button?
Clerk, could you begin the roll again?
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. 13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to new businesses, new business ordinances, Planning and Development Committee, Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you. There's, item number 1 is an ordinance approving. Number 1 is an ordinance approving the 2026 funding agreement with the Greater Rockford Chamber of Commerce as the Regional Economic Development Organization in the amount of $75,000. The funding source is the Redevelopment Fund. Item 2 is an ordinance approving the funding agreement and lease agreement for 713 East State Street, Shumway Building with Rockford Area Arts Council for 2026 through 2028 in the amount of $125,000 annually for the total amount of $375,000. The funding source is the city's redevelopment fund.
Thank you. Council, there's 2 items before us. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Alderman Bonnie.
Thank you. We've already discussed this, so I'll be brief, but I think the 3rd Ward Alderman did a fantastic job of educating us all on how the private sector organizations should have positive financial results, and I think we should hold the Rockford Chamber to the same scrutiny that we held the Arts Council to. I would like to see the financial performance of the Chamber over the last few years. I'd like to see a detailed budget on how our money will be spent. I would like to see who are other funders, public and private, and does even any private funder reach the level of commitment that we are being asked to make, which is actually $90,000 when you include our $15,000 membership. So I would like to make a motion that we lay over item 1.
So we have a motion to lay over item number 1. I will also state we can absolutely get you that information. So there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay. There's a motion and a second. Is that a 2 alderman automatic? No. Okay. Is there any discussion on the layover? Alderman Bell.
Yeah, I think we had an awesome conversation during committee as it relates to item 1. And I think, if we needed all of their financial reports over the last year or 2 or 3, could have been asked a long time ago. I just can't support this layover. We've had an extensive amount of information, and I would argue as well that the Chamber is always willing to have conversations. They're doing great work in our community. I think the argument could have been had maybe a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Meeks.
I don't know how this will help the conversation, but we have to recognize that the Chamber has had a lot of transition over the several years. I used to work at Rockford Area Economic Development Council prior to it dissolving and becoming a part of the Chamber. I remember when I worked there, what the Economic Development Department looked like at the city of Rockford, and how we partnered and how we teamed up during that time, and the need for site information and data and everything that they are talking about providing for this community that we all know that we need. So this funding is an investment. I want to remind or state to the council, kind of where funding was for this organization. Back in 2016, we funded $150,000 through 2018. So 2016, 17, and 18, we funded $150,000 to the Chamber of Commerce. 2019, $100,000. 2020, we dropped that down to $50,000. When I came into council, and many others on this council, we dropped it to 0 because we were unsure of how they were going to perform. 2022, We wanted to give them a little shot in the arm, so we gave them $50,000. Since then, 2023, $0, 24, $0, 25, $0 we have funded to this organization. We know that we need economic development in this community. That's a need. This isn't a want. This isn't about anything other than what we need to be focused on, and this organization is going to help us get us there. So I don't think we need to waste time on this one. I think we need to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Prunty?
Thank you for those reminders to the Alderwoman from the 12th Ward. I would like to rescind my second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, thank you. We have a motion on the floor to lay this over. Is there a second to that?
I took my second.
Yep, I know, I'm just making sure, see if anyone else wanted to replace it? No? Okay, so now, council, we have 2 items before you. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie. Item number 1, 13 ayes, 1 no. Item 2, 14 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Code and Regulation Committee and Alderman Bonnie.
We have 2 items. On item 1 is an ordinance approving the sale of liquor by the drink, Class L 50, in conjunction with the restaurant and video gaming terminals in a C3 General Commercial Zoning District at 2525 Auburn Street. Colleen Therese Kowalski, Michelle Kynes, Eurohouse, and more Incorporated, doing business as Eurohouse, are the applicants. And item 2, an ordinance approving a special use permit for a standalone coffee shop with a drive-through with deviations from the regulations for parking and landscaping in a C3 General Commercial Zoning District at 73XX East Riverside Boulevard, 2018 DT Sandy Hollow LLC is the applicant.
Thank you. Council, 2 items before you. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
Aye.
Item number 1, 12 ayes, 2 noes. Item number 2, 14 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to Finance and Personnel Committee and Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1 is an ordinance approving the 2026 IGA for a 3-year property tax rebate program for newly built residential construction in the city of Rockford and School District 205. Number 2 is an ordinance approving an IGA between the city and Rockford Public School District for vacation of existing right-of-way for construction of revised access to Lincoln Middle School on Charles Street, a part of the city's 11th Street plan with reimbursement provided by the RPS 205. And number 3 is an ordinance approving an ASME Local 1058-C collective bargaining agreement for April 1, 2025 through March 31, 2026. It looks like we need to suspend Rule 9 on that item.
So we have a motion to suspend Rule 9 and a second to suspend Rule 9 on item 3. Is there any discussion on suspending Rule 9? All those in favor of suspending Rule 9, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed to suspending Rule 9? Okay. Council, we have 3 items before us. Is there any discussion? Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Bonnie.
No on 2, aye on 1 on 3.
Item number 1, 14 ayes. Item number 2, 13 ayes, 1 no. Item number 3, 14 ayes.
Thank you. We do not need to go into closed session. That took place earlier this evening. Is there a motion to adjourn?